It's a Saturday. It's Classic Who Watch Along. Welcome everybody to the TARDIS Zone. Yes, happy weekend to everybody. I hope you are all having a good weekend. Unfortunately for poor Ted, big huge explosions just before we started. Fireworks started the poor little fella off. So if I seem a little bit distracted, it's just because I'm giving the poor little fella a rub, making sure he's all right. But welcome. We've got our guests all waiting in the wings. If there are some guests that I have forgotten about, I have sent everybody the link that I think I should have sent the link to. Super John, the link has been sent to you. Also, Charlotte, Retro Doc, Rabbi, and I think Rabbi is bringing some guests on as well. We will have Ballstreck as well. I should actually text him on Twitter just to let him know that I've actually sent him the link. Super John has popped in. Right, let's bring them all on anyway. Let's start bringing them on and see how everybody is feeling on this glorious weekend. Well, there's nothing glorious about it, but weekend anyway. Right, let's start. He's come a long way from a planet that he didn't like. He decided to come here. Don't know why, but well, we do know why. I keep saying it. It's because of the boobies. And do you know what? I was thinking about this myself. Could you imagine what it'd be like living in a world without boobies? It would be very, very, very disappointing, wouldn't it? Well, he's here. He's come a long way. He probably has his coffee. Oh no, he doesn't have his coffee. I don't think he's drinking any coffee. He's doing the Jewish. He'll explain it. Sorry, Rabbi, but I know you've explained it to me. I know what you are doing it, but he's not drinking coffee, so he'll be. This is going to be weird, actually. Rabbi with no coffee. Let's see what the Rabbi from another planet is like with no coffee.
Well, where am I? What's going on? What are you doing in my bedroom? How are you?
Oh,
good evening.
Jesus.
Yes, life without coffee is not good. This is not a it's a sort of Jewy thing, but it's my Jewy thing. It's not like a general Jewy thing. The Jewish New Year is a week from today.
Can I just say, would it be right in saying that it's like you eat crap all year round, say, and then say for 2 weeks you kind of detox?
No, it's not even that. It's not like that. It's like a reboot to your system. I just having water and potatoes. That's the only thing I'm eating. No salt, water and potatoes. And that if you do that for 2 weeks, then you don't want sweetener anymore in your coffee or your tea. You don't want salt anymore. It just like reboots your system and you lose a ton of weight. And it's really cool. And but I'm sorry?
I said, will you go back to eating salt and sugar?
Yeah. So the first time I eat I'll go back onto vegetables after this. But the first time I eat like anything other than that will be on the New Year's evening, which is you're supposed to be like a rebirth sort of thing, and it's incredible because when you eat a piece of corn, it tastes like candy. It just like blows your mind how incredibly sweet and good it is. And that stays with you for a good year. Yeah, it really is. It's fantastic. So I really recommend. It's a weird, crazy, unhealthy thing to do, but I quite like it. It's one of that's the sort of thing I always enjoy. Weird, crazy, and kind of unhealthy. Yeah. By the way, if you want to know what life is like on a planet without boobies, I've just been watching the new HBO Max thing, Raised by Wolves. I finished the first episode, and it's with these two robots. One of them is a female robot. But doesn't really have any boobies. It's quite disturbing.
Wow.
So there you go. It's very good. It's very good, but it's really weird.
Well, and with that, we'll bring on our next guest. Right. Well, we'll go in order as they appear on my screen. So the next one, she's recently joined our panel for the classic Who. She was featured on the new Who panels, but she left such a good impact on the classic panels that I thought there'd be no way leaving her out, because it was great to have someone, as I said, on the panel that it could be their first time watching a certain classic story, and it's always nice to have someone on the panel like that. So it's without any other fanfare. Here she is. It's the one and only Queen Charlotte. We're going to call you Queen Charlotte.
Oh, please don't, especially after Rabbi's little thing you just said.
Well, which one? What did I say that you don't want to be called queen? You should be called a queen. Why not? Be a queen.
No, I'm just laughing. You just had the comment about boobies, and then you're like, oh, Charlotte's next.
Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah. That was a bit of a weird segue. I apologise. Yeah, that was
no, it's fine. We love you, Rabbi. We won't want you to change.
Well, if you did, you might be out of luck. Just say.
Well, how are you, Charlotte?
No, good. This was my first Pertwee, so you'll get my fresh reactions.
Hey, there you go. This is why. This is perfect.
One. This is so cool. Okay,
right.
This one is the one where okay, what's cool about this one? It's the one where they like go off. You know, they stop doing everything they normally do. You have everybody like out of uniform and they're in like their regular clothes, and it's really like different. Do you have the episodes? Do you need a link to it?
I watch it during the day, Rabbi. So
I'll tell you what. Look, I'm going to send you a link right now in the private chat, and you can watch along with us.
Yeah, you can watch it along with us. It'll be better that way if you can.
It is. We comment as it goes along.
Father Miller, I see you in the chat. I've just sent you a message on Messenger. If you could reply back to me, because I don't know if I'm having you on this weekend. Because I don't know if you're traveling or you're available. Would you like to come on today, or would you like to come on the new Who one? Let us know. Right. Well, while Rabbi is setting that up for Charlotte, we will go on to our next guest, who I'm absolutely honored to have on this panel. He's a nugget of knowledge. He was with us when we first started doing this, and then we had technical difficulties. We were the start of this pandemic was actually really bad for YouTube and StreamYard, because cameras and sounds going, and it's still happening to this day. We do hear the interference and all. It's ridiculous. I wish they YouTube last night, like, they removed the channel. Apparently now, right, I have to let you all know something. So apparently now, if you're a YouTuber and you're going around and you're making statements about people not wearing masks, your channel's going to be taken down. YouTube has already removed the channel for giving out false information, information that endangers people's lives, and they removed a very popular channel apparently that used to do this. It was Twitter or YouTube put it up last night. So we cannot talk about you know what, and if we do, you have to refer it as a name other than the name it is. So we like to use Bearbug. So if you could use the word Bearbug. But this guy, I love having him on. Sorry, Gary, I know I went off on one as usual, but I love having this guy on, because he always has those nuggets of information that we don't actually know about. So it's an honor to have him on, and he probably have his Pertwee as well with him. It's Retro Doc.
Yes, you know that I do have the Pertwee. I have the whole cast this morning. I have the Doctor and Joe.
I love that jacket. I love that one.
The Master and the Brig. So I got the whole cast of the story here today.
Nice one.
I tell you, did you ever see that set of the demon set they did with the Master in like the vicar outfit with everything? Did they?
I didn't know that they had a set like that.
I'm not sure if let me try and find it. That was either a prototype or they released it. I remember wanting it and never getting it.
I don't know that I'd buy a Miss Hawthorne figure, but I think I might buy a Master in the robes.
Right. I think
yeah. I've sent you that link now, Father. So it might be a little bit slow, because me and technology don't really.
But I'm very excited to talk about this story. Pertwee is my favorite classic Doctor. This is one of my favorite Pertwee stories. Otherwise known as what Unit does on the weekend.
Yes, exactly.
I'm looking forward to this story. I mean, as I told you, I've been recently. I keep saying this, but it's true. I just keep going over Classic Who over and over, and Pertwee and I'm just so sad that Troughton doesn't have as many stories as I'd like. But the fact that he has any at all, I love. But when I get on to Pertwee's era, I'm always blown away. So this story, I love Pertwee. Listen, I could do I know we're gonna end up doing them all, But I could literally just make this about John Pertwee's era and do every Pertwee story. And
I'd be right there with you. Pertwee was my first doctor. I love him.
Love his stories. Absolutely fantastic doctor. I just love it. Listen, it might be, look, all I'll say is I don't want to refer back to there, but if you want to do an Earth-based show or Doctor Stranded on Earth, that's how you do it. That's all I'm going to say on that. Right, let's bring on our next guest because he's come all the way from Krypton. He's come all the way from Scotland. It's Super John. I don't know what's super about him though. We'll have to ask him.
Hello, how are you?
I'm not too bad, but you have to let us know what is so super about Super John.
What?
I don't know. I just made that up.
Really?
I just made that up.
Everything is super about Super John.
Typical Scots. So, what's super about? I just made it up. It's just one of those things. You know?
It sounds good, mate. That's all you need to know.
I love it. And I love.
Is he wearing a cape today or blue spandex underwear?
Yeah, I don't know.
Don't tell us that, actually.
Never kiss and tell, baby. Never kiss and tell.
He goes into flower boxes, does his little spinny thing, comes out in his Super John suit.
Yeah.
Right, let's bring on the next.
Just thought it sounded good.
Yeah, I like the logo, by the way. I'm loving the logo that you have this week.
I've done that. I've done that up.
Nice
made it
one.
a long time ago.
It's nice, I have to say. Liking the logo.
Yeah.
We'll have to get you one, Charlotte. We'll have to get you one. We'll have to get you a nice one.
I know I'm a bit boring at the moment, aren't I?
Oh no. We just like little logos there, but we'll get you one. We'll get you one. They're easy enough to do. But the next guest has a problem. What kind of problem? We don't know. But he's a problem of a human being, all right. Every time I have him on here, I feel like hitting him across the head with a frying pan. But you know, he's a friend to the end, and he's my problem being. It's Lee.
McQueen.
Hello.
Oh.
By the way, I'll just let you know I do have the frying pan handy.
Oh, that's nice.
No.
It's nice
How
to
are
be
you,
wanted.
my friend? Because you've been a bit, haven't heard from you as much as I normally do. How are you getting on? You all right?
I'm having technical issues with my my Doctor Who titles that I'm building from scratch, and it's not doing what I want it to do, and it's driving me nuts.
Yeah.
So basically, what you've been doing, you've been busy with your work.
Yeah.
Man, I'm glad to see that you're actually getting a bit of work, man. And I'm sure whatever you're working on is a whopper, because we've already seen some of your work on this channel. So again, thank you. And if you are looking for Lee to do a bit of work for you, go and check him out. Go and have a chat with him, and see if there's anything he can do for you. Right, let's bring on our next guest because we got another one, believe it or not. Well, we've got another two. One is going to arrive a little bit late, I'm assuming. Actually, I didn't check to see if they tweeted me back, but they probably did, and I haven't bothered to look yet. They have. I'll be definitely late today. Just start without me. Well, listen, we normally talk for about bleeding 45 minutes, so I'm sure you'll be here. But let's bring on our next guest because, yeah, this man. The first time I met this guy, actually, he made me laugh. Father Miller is not your typical priest, I would have to say, because there's not many nerd priests. Now in Ireland we have our singing priests. There, Chris will back me up on that one. We do have our singing priests in Ireland, but we don't have our nerdy priests. So it's nice to have one here. And he's not only any sort of nerd, he's the nerd father. Yes.
Well, I gotta say, I think there's a lot more nerds out there that are priests than you know.
Yeah.
I mean, I got a few that have been to Comic-Con a few times, and I haven't been there yet.
Well,
you missed it. There's too much of a zoo now. You don't. I went one time. It was the year that they previewed the Iron Man trailer for the first, and like there was nobody knew anything about the MCU. And that was the last year I think you could go there before it became like a zoo.
Yeah,
Right now,
and honestly, right now, I don't really have the desire to go to Comic-Con anymore. It's become too commercialized. I blame the Big Bang Theory for part of that, where it's become more focused on the TV shows and the movies.
yeah, it was Twilight. It was Twilight that really infected.
They didn't do that at the Comic-Con, did they?
Twilight was huge in Comic-Con.
Oh, ugh.
That's what brought them in. That's what brought the SJWs in. That was a wolf at the door.
And now they're coming into the comic universe with Batman, the Batman.
Yeah, well, listen, they destroyed DC Comics a while ago.
You know, actually, that trailer I thought was okay. I mean, I didn't. I didn't see that trailer. That was a good trailer.
I don't want to see an interpretation of Batman. I like the Ben Affleck Batman was freaking Batman.
Yes,
I want to see
he was
Batman
the best thing about those movies.
Yeah, but
Affleck
as
was
I
great.
said, it's going to be hard for me to separate Sparkly Vampire from Batman.
Well,
I mean, you want to talk about being typecast? He's going to always be
did you
Vampire.
did you have a hard time buying Mr. Mom as Batman? It's kind of the same thing.
A lot of
I not necessarily because I've seen it, but I haven't seen Mr. Mom. I know of
but
it.
you have to bear in mind that Twilight was the ruination of most fandoms because it brought in the shippers, it brought in the crazy people. Yeah. It really was the switch that turned fandoms into this place for crazy people.
And retro, if you want a good retro Keaton movie, Gung Ho.
I remember that. My favorite Michael Keaton movie is Night Shift, his first one.
Oh yeah,
I think it's great. But yeah, I'm glad to say I'm Twilight free. I've never seen those.
Where he's in the apartment block and he terrorizes the couple.
What's that movie? Yeah, I like
that. That was Pacific Heights.
Pacific Heights. Yeah, I remember that one.
Movie. He's brilliant in that now.
There you go. I've placed in my avatar was one of the things I've been working on. Is my new Doctor Who logo.
Oh, so this is for you. This is for you.
Yeah, I'm hopefully going to be using it for something else, but yeah, I'm going to do the titles. But I think it's a mix of like classic and new.
Yeah, because he sent me a little clip of it, and it looks.
It animates, so it's like scales.
I'm actually jealous, to be quite honest with you. It is epic. It's. I would love. See the way it's Doctor Who, but I'd love that in the style.
Can you show it big?
Yeah, that's really good.
Can you show it big?
So you're teasing us as per usual program then?
Of course he is. He he does the best work for himself, doesn't he?
That's right.
I'm only messing.
I'm still learning. Can you make it big? Can you make it big so people can see it properly?
All right, I will. So you want me? Okay, so I have to remove us all. Hold on.
Sorry, everyone.
You're all right. You're the boss anyway.
I'm proud of it. I just want to get people's reaction.
Right. Well, if you shut up and let me remove everybody. Right. See you later. We're gone. No, we're not. What's going on here? Right, let's just leave Lee on his own, right? Let's go, lads. We're going down the pub.
All right, lovely. Just leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Right, hold on. It's a bit slow because we've got so many people.
Mr. Stark, I don't want to go.
Hold on, I have to go too.
All right, bye.
See you later.
It's mine. All mine, I tell you. All mine. So yeah, this is the logo I've worked on. And it does animate, so all sort of the colours change and it all sort of moves around and it goes circular then square, then circular square. It's a bit like a ripple. But yeah, there you go. So anyone want to let me know what you think? Just put it in the chat and any feedback is good. Good. That's it. Come back, please. Don't leave me alone. Please don't. Come back. I feel so alone.
I'm back.
There we go. There you go.
But I'm not gonna. I've just decided that it's gonna be me and you now. See you, lads. Bye. I'm only messing. And we've got the Rabbi. And Rabbi is shared in something as well, so I'll try that up.
Those action figures.
Charlotte, Rabbi left his chair. We shouldn't have told Rabbi I was bringing him back. Rabbi left his chair there. We could have cut him out. What were you up to? What were you up to, my dear Rabbi?
Oh, well, the gentleman doesn't kiss and tell, let me tell you.
Right, I'm going to show you what Rabbi is sharing.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, that's a cool set.
Oh, wow.
Is that new or is that an old one?
Close-ups.
Wow.
Is that a new set?
No, it's from a while ago.
Is that a prototype or is that?
No,
it
came out. I remember it coming out.
That's so good.
But that time I had two masters already, two Delgado masters. I was like, I don't need another. Even though I do I love the.
The backgrounds are really cool that they're there as well to sort of go with the figures.
That's so good.
That is a good likeness of Nicholas Courtney. Wow.
Yeah, it's a pretty good one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's all arise!
Evo way is all.
So are those available online or are those specially made?
No, I'm not sure they're available. This was from a few years ago, I think.
Is it?
You know what? I'm sure.
This was like in the Capaldi years, I think it came out.
Yeah, I would try like eBay or Forbidden Planet or one of the Doctor Who shops or something.
Yeah.
But that's really nice.
I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll start the watch along in a minute. But we'll if you want to discuss in this episode that's coming up for a few minutes, we can. But then after this stream along, if nobody has to dive off, the quicker we get this done, then we can talk about obviously the stuff that's come out lately with the rumors, if people want to add a little bit onto that, because I know we can't really do these watch alongs and ignore it because it is big news. So I was thinking maybe we do it after we do this watch along. If we for about 20 minutes, we'll just discuss the latest Mirror article and get some more of your opinions on Jodie Whittaker appeared in the panel, especially because I have you all here. What you think of our turning up at New York Comic Con? It'll be interesting. So we could do that after the fact. But is there anybody wants to say anything about this upcoming?
Right.
episode?
Okay. Yeah, I have like one fascinating fact, an interesting connection between this story and Star Trek, the next generation. So you remember the Ferengi, of course. The Ferengi, the name of what they call the captain's school is Daemons. The captain's school. And the first time they were introduced, the captain was called Damon Bock, which is of course the name of the the little gargoyle, the chap with the wings who gets 5 rounds rapid. That guy. Second, Charlotte, I could you in the private chat to make sure it's to the right place.
Yeah, I'll put it back in again.
Okay. Oh yeah, I better get it up on my own bleeding phone now before, just to make sure that the link works. Sorry I couldn't join you actually, Rabbi, for the 1917. I was actually gutted, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, mate. I feel bad. but
but seriously, I was really gutted. I was, because this was a movie. Because everybody was right when you pick the movie. It's not very often that you get a movie on World War One, and I was so much looking forward to this. And then, do you know what? I even said to myself, Sharon says, "You got to get up in time to watch this movie and then do the thing." I says, "Yeah, I'm deliberately getting up early so I can watch the movie." And my heart broke when the link, because I knew I couldn't get you. And you know what the worst thing was? I knew I couldn't get you till after 6 p.m. and I knew it would be too late then. I was gutted, rightly gutted, man. I hope you enjoyed it anyway.
It was a home run. It was like everybody liked the movie. It was the only week where it was like, yeah, this is good.
Yeah. Oh well. It happens. What did you just pick for next week?
Minority Report.
Oh, that's a good one.
Oh, okay.
Which I have to sit through again.
Okay.
With those totally creepy mechanical spiders.
Yeah,
I think it's really great.
Yeah.
Okay, Carla, I sent it to you twice. Can you like check your spam?
I've got it up. I'll see. I've got my email up, so.
Do you have like
okay.
anything? Do you have like Facebook or Twitter or anything like that?
Oh, I'm on Facebook, and it's just look for my name.
But Charlotte, you watched it already today, didn't you?
Yeah, I did, so I can talk.
But
I mean, where did you watch it earlier?
Daily Motion.
Okay.
So I don't know if Kip Ellis is Kip's super chat up on the screen because it's not up on my screen.
Wait a minute. If it's available on Daily Motion for Charlotte to watch, and we do a countdown, she can just watch the Daily Motion version.
Yeah, but it's going to be filled with adverts and stuff.
Yeah,
okay.
That's no problem, Matt.
So I'm on Facebook, Rabbi. So
all right, is your Facebook picture you with in a wedding dress with two bridesmaids?
I'm one of the bridesmaids.
You're on the bridesmaid. Hang on a second. Fine. So I'm going to send you. Let me find it. There you
and
go.
Kip Ellis's sticker is a smiling, angry smiling devil, a little red devil.
Aren't we all? Now, this was one of the first stories to be recolored, wasn't it?
Was it? Did you send me? You sent me it on Messenger, didn't you?
Yeah, but if you want, I'll send it again right now.
No, hold on.
I think it was in terms of recoloring. It wasn't recolored like the third episode of Planet of the Daleks, which basically had to be recolored frame by frame. This was actually these used. They had to pull the chroma dots for this one. And actually,
was it this one? It was really clever.
Yeah, and actually, since I'm in California, where the state that's on fire, if you haven't heard that, the connection between the Daemons in California is that it was the copy that they used to pull the chroma dots from in order to restore it for DVD was the off-air recording from the local PBS station KCET when they ran it in the 1970s. I guess somebody had an off-air recording, sent it in, and that's what they used as the master for the color restoration.
So the color restoration is freaking perfect. It's just it's very, very good.
I remember being at my Doctor Who club at school and watching the VHS copies of the copies of this story, and it was still in black and white then because it was obviously before. This was in the 80s, so it was before all the exciting developments that happened since. So yeah, it's I'm one of the few that actually watched it in black and white from those days.
Yeah,
I watched it in BBC too. I think in 1992. When it was on,
right. That was after it was coloured, right?
Yeah.
Everybody's gone real quiet. Did I miss out?
Sorry, I was just doing other things.
Sorry, I was just checking that the chicken is still dead in the oven.
You're supposed to pluck it as well. Did you know that?
Yeah, I did. It plucked.
And you're supposed to take its head off.
Okay, you know the most incredible chicken recipe. That's the easy thing to do, and it always makes delicious chicken. Right? You get a pan, put kosher salt around the outside of it, about the outside rim. Put the chicken in the inside, cook it for an hour and a half. Comes out freaking perfect. Don't do anything to it. That's it, and it comes out perfect.
How hot do you have to? What's the? What do you have to set it
My
for?
wife told me when I said this chicken's good.
No, I love to cook, and I've never tried. I love to cook. I've never tried that, so I want to try that.
It's Rabbi itself. It's God.
I'll ask her 1 second.
And if you want a cure for all known ailments like colds and things, like chicken broth soup with rice, lemon, ginger, is the best. It works like a miracle. Very easy.
Blue Bonnet Hoovian's in the chat. She says Roger Delgado's best role as the master is in this story.
It is.
In
Yeah,
my
I believe in that.
opinion.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing anybody's comments going up on the screen for some reason. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to refresh me out for it.
That'd be my fault.
I think actually we should just skip the watch along and just trade recipes for the next 3 hours.
Yeah,
great.
Well, we were talking about
Get the
dishwasher
Doctor
last week.
Who recipe book. Sorry,
1
Charlotte.
cup scotch, 1 cup gin,
That's right.
3/4 whiskey.
Sorry, Charlotte. What did you say?
No, I said we were talking about dishwashers last week, so we'll just keep with the big theme, might as well.
That's right. There's a kitchen theme running through all these.
Darren Bradley just sent me this custom figure he made. Freaking awesome for the Daemons. It's absolutely breathtakingly good.
Right.
Yeah, check this out.
Right.
Okay, you cook it for about an hour. I'm finding out the temperature as well. Isn't that cool?
Oh,
Cool.
wow.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
Oh wow,
That's
that is
really good.
And you cook it at 350 Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Fantastic.
There you go. Oh man, it was a job I got going on right now. I'm editing these videos for this guy. A rabbi. This rabbi is doing a cooking channel, right? So he's got this recipe for brisket that I was editing. I was freaking drooling while I was editing that video.
There used to be a show while we're waiting. There used to be a show. I was just thinking about this the other day. There was a show on one of the national cable channels. I don't know if it was TBS or something. And it was maybe like 15 years ago. And it was called Dinner and a Movie, where they would show a movie from, the catalog of whatever 80s, 90s movies the network had. But all the interstitials was these two people actually preparing and cooking a dish that was tied into like the theme of the movie. And they would always cut back to them in the kitchen on the breaks and show you how to make what they were making and everything. And it was actually pretty fun. I was just thinking about that show the other day.
I remember.
Does anybody remember that?
No.
I do, but I never watched it.
I remember the only cooking show I used to love back in the 90s was Get Stuffed. And it was like a bunch of students like cooking like the most basic survive for a week kind of cooking thing. And the theme tune was really punk. It's like, get stuffed! Get stuffed! It was great.
Is there a way, Noel might know this, is there a way we could kind of like set up the panels to where we could each be in our kitchen cooking something during the watch along, and then we would have it ready by the time it's over? That would be fantastic.
I so want to do that. I mean, especially with like with all this like with Jewish food stuff like that.
We can all do a native dish from our country and have it done by the end of the stream, and then we'd have to present it at the end.
Man, I love Irish food.
I want to do that.
I love Irish food.
Well, if you had me,
good idea.
Well, if you had me doing it, it'd be burnt offerings.
Which is in keeping with the demons.
What's the thing? Potato, mashed potato, colcarin or something it's called.
Oh yeah, that's the old name for it, but it's basically curly tail mashed potatoes, and you put a fried egg on top of it. You mash it on,
really good.
And you eat it, and it's gorgeous. A bit of salt, a little bit of pepper. Obviously, the potatoes creamy with the butter and the milk. Oh, it's lovely, man. Yeah. Irish food. Listen, Irish food is like it's like just throw everything into a pot because back then we were so poor that you basically, that's how stews and coddles came about. It was just whatever scraps you had, you just threw them all into a pot and you made a soup, and that was it. That was your dinner. Scraps of meat and everything back in the day. You'd go to the butchers to give you the worst cuts, but they'd be called the worst cuts, but they'd end up being the best cuts because they'd be the real best parts of the cow or the lamb.
Well, nothing would go to waste,
No, exactly. Back in the day, but now you've got all this EU health crap, so they can't even give you half of the stuff that they used to give you back in the day. I mean, Irish food is out there. It's some of it is out there, but you've got your home cook. I mean, everybody loves their mum and dad's stew or their nanny's stew or coddle. It's a thing. If you're an Irish person and you can't cook a coddle or stew, there's something wrong with you. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I've actually, I was telling somebody like a while back, talking about like foods you would have, like talking about like during the lockdown and stuff, and I said that the one thing I'd love to have again that I don't think I never have. My mom, who's been passed on for many, many years, I would want to have a grilled cheese sandwich the way she made it, because I know I would never be able to make it the same. And that's like the one food I'd want to have.
You need a rare, what's it called, a rarebit with Worcestershire sauce on the cheese as it melts.
Oh, that's lovely.
Yeah.
Sorry if anybody hasn't had tea yet in the chat. You're probably hating us right now.
That's me, actually.
Oh, so you're tormenting yourself, mate.
I am masochistic. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, you want to get masochistic? I saw again this really posh this Irish cook doing like traditional Irish food, but in a really posh restaurant. So he was making like this like stew. And then he got some pig fat, which again is obviously off limits to me. And he put it underneath the pot, right onto the burner to make crackling as he was making the thing. And oh my god, that looks fucking incredible! That's masochistic.
You can always have good goose fat. Goose fat is amazing for potatoes.
Okay, nothing as freaking good as bacon. Okay, bacon is awesome.
Sorry, Rabbi.
I'm very glad I ate a lot of non-kosher food before
Alpha Omega in the chat says we need to make Azal's chicken parm. That sounds good.
That does sound good.
Okay, stop.
My biggest regret of things I didn't do before I became religious, I never went to a strip club.
Wow.
Rabbi, how
there you go.
As the chat goes totally silent.
Rabbi, even I've done that and I'm gay.
Yeah, listen.
I think that deserves its own video, Rabbi.
Again, the point when you have a problem with that is if you're eating from the buffet at a strip club, you know that your life is out of control.
Yeah, I was brought to a lap dancing club for my 24th birthday, and I have to be honest with you, I don't get the hype. I don't get why you pay. I don't get why you pay a woman like 50 euro for a lap dance, and all she does is stick her.
I've got to admit, this is not the direction I thought this stream was going to take.
Rabbi's the one that brought.
Rabbi's influence.
If there's a gun, I'll find it for you guys.
The point is, you don't need to go in there. Them get yourselves a real woman. You don't need to be going in and paying for, that sort of thing. Right. Well, let's move on. Let's talk.
Hold on. I've got to repeat this thing in the chat because I don't know how to say this. NNMMMMMMMM is talking on our food theme. Offers Jody pie. It's just pastry crust, deeply unsatisfying.
Yeah, with nothing in it.
That's
Yeah,
great.
Dylan, that makes sense.
Made with
Soggy
100%
bottom.
Okay. All right. So,
right, Gary, I'll ask you because you are the man for the little nuggets of information about certain stories. Have you any fascinating stories about this upcoming
well,
story?
I have a number of them which I will be peppering throughout at the appropriate scenes. But before we start, just as kind of like a prelude, this is the only 5-part story in the Fifth Doctor's era. Actually, John Pertwee himself thought that 5-part stories were a good length. Not too short, not too long. It's written by, on screen, it's written by Guy Leopold, which is the nom de plume for Barry Letts and Robert Sloman, who Barry Letts had come up with the idea for a black magic story. That's something he was interested in, and didn't think it could be done in the format of the show. Terrence Dicks said, no, I think we could probably, find some way to work it. So Barry Letts recruited Bob Sloman to be his writing partner for this story. Robert Sloman, who then went on to write the season finales for the next 3 Pertwee seasons, The Time Monster, The Green Death, and Planet of the Spiders. Actually, none of the cast and most of the crew were totally unaware that Barry Letts had, co-written this story that they were making. And the reason that they came up with that particular nom de plume, Guy Leopold, Guy was the name of Robert Sloman's son, and Leopold was Barry Letts' middle name. That's how they came up with Guy Leopold. And I think, let me see. And just before we start, there's a lot of, because I'm sure everybody's already seen this one. This was 1971, so one of the big things culturally at that time was the whole Eric von Daniken Chariots of the Gods thing, which was kind of, taking hold in the popular imagination about ancient astronauts coming to Earth to either explore or to affect mankind's development. And so this story reflects that a lot. And it also actually is a callback, if you are a Quatermass fan, like I am a massive Quatermass fan, a lot of parallels to probably the best Quatermass story of them all, Quatermass in the Pit, where
which is now on BritBox, by the way.
Exactly, where Martians affected the development. And if you have not seen either the original 6-part version or the movie, they're both spectacular. Go track them down. But there's no way that Barry Letts and Sloman probably didn't have that back in the back of their mind somewhere, that Quatermass story. So that's all I have actually as a prologue, and I'll be dropping some stuff in throughout.
Fantastic. Absolutely. Does anybody else want to add on before we start off? Because I think we will start. Ballstreck will join us when he can.
I was just going to say, I think this is the first time I've seen this in I don't know how many years, so I'm going to be muting myself as I watch so I don't make any comments. So I won't be hearing any commentary during this.
This is actually a good story to have a panel with both a father and a rabbi. This is a good story.
Dear.
For that.
Oh, more for than you think.
What was that?
Whenever you are all ready to go in the chat, whenever you are all ready to go.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Just
I
about
just want to
ready.
make sure that this actually works before we start, because we don't want to get into the unfortunate position of. I've watched this so many times as well, so it'd be grand if I can't watch it. But I can, so I'm ready. And it looks like it's in high definition or something. Rabbi loves sending me these versions.
This one I think is it's from a decent print, but it's I scrunch it down to make it easier to stream. So the files are actually really, really small.
Oh,
I'll say really quickly, because like I said, this is my first Pertwee, and in sort of in the vein of watching Troughton for the first time, seeing Pertwee, I saw bits of 12, like the sort of the way he would show care without being overt about it. It was always very subtle, and I think you could see that in 12. He took that from Pertwee that it would just be a small touch
Oh,
or
undoubtedly.
a small little comment, and then you just carry on with the usual business sort of personality.
Yeah, he's a much more aloof Doctor.
Yeah, I got that vibe.
Well, this story is actually, I would think, I mean, tell me if you guys agree, this story is actually kind of considered by most to be the kind of like pinnacle of Pertwee.
Oh, it's definitely a classic. It's a massive Doctor Who classic, this one. Yeah, undoubtedly.
But I agree with Blue Bonnet in the chat. This is far and away Delgado's best performance as the Master.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
I mean, there's something where he's in those robes down in the cavern, you know, doing those chants and everything right out of a Hammer movie. It's like that's like the Master. That's like the Delgado Master in his purest form.
Condensed.
Yeah, you also see sort of the Master, even though he's in control, sort of go out of his own depth almost. With he thinks
he really loses control.
He's winning, and then you have that moment near the end where it's like, "Oh, you've invited a bigger bad than even you, mate. So be careful."
Well, that's kind of typical of the Delgado Master. He spends, you know, months and years making these like enormously elaborate plans, and they all go like, you know, pear-shaped in the last like 5 minutes that he doesn't expect. So yeah,
it's always a bigger power than him, and he just loses control completely, and then he has to get, you know, the Doctor has to get in there and save him pretty much.
You know, and actually
that's something I really liked about when they brought Sim back for World Enough in Time, that insane plan that he had to turn Bill Potts into a scientist. It took years and years and years, and was in disguise, and like I think I enjoyed that. But yeah, that was very, very classic Master.
Yeah, I love that story.
Just to show you how much, because this was the conclusion of the Master season, where all the 5 stories featured the Master, and you know, you might think at the time, you know, maybe if you were watching it, people were going, "Oh, the Master again," but you know what? I'm actually glad now we have as many stories with Roger Delgado as the Master as we have.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And just to show you how integral the Master was to the program at this point, and really kind of, you know, how well, I won't say how well loved the character was, but the actor and everything. You know, one of the cliffhangers today, it's not a spoiler today, one of the cliffhangers today has the Master in danger. So, I mean, how often do we actually have a villain being the subject of the cliffhanger where we're supposed to be afraid that something's going to happen to the villain? It's like only with a Delgado Master could they pull that off.
Tell you what, that is a massive difference, like for me, because obviously with New Who, they sometimes do cliffhangers at the end, but it's not like part of the part and parcel. So just watching 2 classics now, I'm still sort of getting used to, there'll be a cliffhanger at the end of the episode.
That's one of the reasons why, as much as I love parts of New Who, one of the reasons why I will always love classic Who more is because of the cliffhangers.
Yeah, I think the Russell Lee Davies era was actually real clever. Actually, they were already clever up until the current era, where they had the cold opening. That really served that cliffhanger. You know, when you had that like cold opening going into the episode, that had the same function of a good cliffhanger.
Yeah. Well, the problem with a lot of the, you know, I don't know. I think that the way that the new series is set up, especially in the Russell T Davies era, you know, when they had the Next Time, is because basically you had 2 seconds to be on the edge of your seat with whatever cliffhanger they had, and 9 times out of 10 it was spoiled by all the scenes from the, you know what I mean? It's like it doesn't just go to the credits and you're left to kind of wonder what's going to happen. For a whole week you have like a second and a half until the Next Time trailer happens. It's like, so even with the 2-parters that they have in the new series, the effectiveness of the cliffhanger is almost immediately negated by the fact that they're showing all these scenes from the next episode.
Yeah, it's like, see how the Doctor gets out of this? Here's the next time trailer with him perfectly safe.
Yeah.
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 Right, are we ready, guys? Yeah.
I'm ready.
Yes, we are.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Is everybody in the chat ready? I seen you were a few minutes ago, but just want to make sure nobody's went off to get a quick cup of tea or that. Just to let you, because we're coming up, we're on 50 minutes now, so we might as well go for it now. And then when Ballstreck joins in, sure, we'll probably be on the second story or second one or something, but he'll be here. I think everybody is ready. Just
is.
check there.
Yep.
Everybody in the panel's ready.
Yep.
Right, I say we're good to go. Right, let's go for a Rabbi. Do your countdown there, pal.
Okay, everybody. Fingers on buttons. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Press play now.
Wow.
I love this opening. Love this opening.
Yeah.
See, the interesting thing about these titles, they were made in black and white, and they were colorized.
Oh, right.
That's right.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
They're black and white titles.
And yeah, this was so contemporary at the time because horror was massive then, wasn't it? Especially like these like Dracula. Like,
well, Hammer was still going fairly strong.
Yeah.
1971.
Oh, Hammer's going strong in by 76, 77.
Yeah.
Pretty toots.
Oh, spooky kitty cat. Okay, this definitely reminds me of the Wicker Man right now.
But it's all country, isn't it? So that makes sense.
Blimey, they must have spent a lot on that rain machine.
Rain machines are the most awkward things ever. They're horrible.
Actually, Adam Dare in the chat asked a good question. This was filmed in the village of Aldbourne. Have any of you had the chance to?
No.
Because I know that village became somewhat of a mecca for Doctor Who fans to go and visit.
Which village is it again?
Aldbourne, Aldbourne.
No, not heard of it.
I guess apparently, according to Adam Dare, they filmed Children of the Stones there as well as Android Invasion. I don't know. I'm not sure if did they film Android Invasion there. I'm not really sure. Children of the Stones, probably.
They did a spin-off recently with this character. Was it Mrs. Hawthorne?
Yes, it was. That's right. It was the White Witch of
wherever Devil's End.
It was independent production.
Yeah, this is very very.
When I first saw this, I thought that was Michael Palin who plays.
Yes.
It does make you giggle when they keep mentioning BBC.
Alistair,
it's a bit weird.
Alistair Fergus.
He looks like Michael Palin if he went through the mind robber face changing thing that Jamie did. Yeah. Right? He's basically Michael Palin.
Because Michael Palin is the one who did all the news guy roles in Monty Python.
I didn't know how much Jo looked like a child. She's tiny. Like everything about her is so dinky.
Right. Well,
how old was Katie Manning? Wasn't she 20? What was she? 22?
She looks about 80.
She was in her very early 20s. If somebody in the chat knows how old Katie Manning was in 71, put that up. Or 70, I should say.
But this is the Doctor trying to tell Joe something.
Right.
Yeah.
Guys, give me a time stamp because my phone's at the.
She was 20. She was 23. Thank you, Alpha Omega.
Time stamp.
Timestamp 4 minutes and 2.
Right, when you get to 4:48, let me know when to press play. Just say press play.
Yeah, I'm going up to 4:45.
And I mean, this was the same season that Yates was brought on, who I think was brought on to be eventually kind of a romantic pairing with Joe, but that just never took.
That ain't badly.
Yeah, he took a twist.
Yeah,
but I mean, I think that it really added to the whole kind of family aspect to bring in another.
What time is it? What's the timestamp?
36, 37, 38, 40. There we go.
No, 48.
48. Now.
Well, what do you guys? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what to think about the cravat that Dr. Pertwee's wearing right now, because it's like I'm used to him more in the bow tie.
Right. Well, they see that's what we love about this episode. They're all out of costume.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love
and of course the Bessie driving around, of course, was done by somebody just leaning out of sight under the driver's seat.
Yeah.
God, he looks more like Michael Palin now, doesn't he?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Because you've said it, that's how your mind works, isn't it? Once somebody said something, you go, "Oh, actually, that looks more like it now."
Look at that thing he's wearing.
Let's hold this in. And actually, I'm sure that all of you do know is that when this story was made, the UK only had 3 channels: BBC One, BBC Two, and ITV, and so they intentionally said that he was from BBC Three in order to kind of place the story in the near future.
Yeah,
right.
So that was kind of an intentional.
Well, I was thinking it's considering you said, when was this, 71? Did you say this?
Well, this show aired in the 70s, but all the unit stories take place about 7 years after they're aired. Because, for example, The Invasion, the Patrick Troughton story, which aired in 68, was stated on screen as taking place in 1975. So if you carry everything forward 7 years, that means that this story would be taking place in the kind of late 70s.
I thought that unit years was supposed to be set in 86, weren't they? 1986.
No, it was all about if you started from the beginning, it's fairly consistent. The one thing that throws a wrench, you've got to disregard Modern Undead because that makes no sense time-wise whatsoever. But with Sarah's comment in Pyramids of Mars that she's from 1980,
right?
Then and even if you say, well, she's off by a couple of years. But I think it holds if you assume that everything is about 7 years after the air date. I think it pretty much holds, except for just a couple of instances.
Yeah, because I was thinking that it's almost like they predicted. You remember when we had that time of like Most Haunted on telly, and like all those programs, and watching this, I was like, oh, this is almost like it's like a prediction almost, because this was what Most Haunted would be, wouldn't it? They'd go to these locations with a person talking to the camera about it.
This guy is great, Professor Horton. I wish he would have been in more of the story. He just comes in and just blows right through all the pomposity of the this BBC guy.
So yeah, just looking on the TARDIS fandom site, it says set around 79.
Yeah. That's why you can't take Sarah's comment in Pyramids of Mars literally that she was from 1980, because Joe had to be, with the Doctor for a few years even before Sarah showed up. So you have to figure Sarah was being approximate when she said 1980.
So what you're telling me, every single comment in Classic Who does not hold up, Gary?
Well, no, most of the early unit dating is consistent. There's just a couple of wrenches that are thrown in that just you can't reconcile. But it is fairly consistent.
Wasn't it in Terror of the Zygons? Was it Terror of the Zygons when they said that they had a phone call from the Prime Minister and it was referred
It
to
was
as
a woman.
she.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
Margaret Thatcher.
that was Nicholas Courtney's idea to do that.
Very prescient.
I just keep thinking with him standing there at this kind of, I'm waiting for this to break into a Monty Python sketch.
Really?
I can't think of him as Michael Phelps.
It's like the town women's guild or some batting townswomen.
That's right.
Yeah, you've got the historical woman, haven't you? That they always would have in those sketches.
And then the professor will get like stamped on by a giant rabbit's foot or something.
I'm a witch.
But
She's very like Margaret Thatcher herself.
Oh, she could definitely play the Iron Lady, all right. Yeah,
Oh, definitely, yeah.
yeah.
It is kind of an interesting way to kind of set up the science versus magic debate, the way this scene is actually framed, because she's on one side of the guy and the professor's on the other.
Yeah.
Right.
Mad as a Hatter.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also, if you think of that idea, like, the Doctor doesn't show any disrespect. Like, there's no offish nature even with the Doctor, and we know he's notorious for not believing in magic or anything.
Right.
And he's never talks down to her. He's never like, okay, love, you carry on. He's very, well, they should have listened to you, even though he doesn't believe her sort of way of doing things.
And I love the 70s sideburns this guy has.
And the yellow shirt.
And the terrible tie.
I like that. So now it's goodbye from me. That line always kills me every time. I think one of the reasons also I really like this story so much is because it seems like it's like 70% location filming, which is great. I love stories from this period that are like just, all on location.
Well, the more film episodes from Doctor Who, the easier it is to upscale it.
Yeah.
That also helps.
This village almost, if you think about it, especially as I know yesterday on Noel's show, we were talking a lot about Diana Rigg, her unfortunate passing. A lot of this story this village is right out of an Avengers story. I mean, where they go to the English village to investigate weird goings on.
I got like sort of like Hound of Baskervilles vibes.
She's very posh, isn't she? For a witch.
Oh, she's very posh, darling. Very posh.
I love the way that's shot.
Uh-oh.
Oh, right. He's going to get the brick.
Well, her chanting's not that bad. Oh, okay.
I bet Mary Whitehouse had conniption fits over this episode.
Was she even watching at that point? I feel like the very 70s incidental music.
Now, this almost sounds too good to be true, but it is. This was actually being filmed around autumn of 1970 for broadcast in 71. Katie Manning actually really did get her and John Pertwee when they were driving to the filming location. She actually really did get them lost because she was holding the map upside down, and they just decided to incorporate that into the story.
And she's blind as a bat, so
yeah. So that's totally believable.
Yeah, plus Jo's a bit ditzy, isn't she? So it would suit her character.
And for a story that really kind of lands in the whole science versus magic debate, it really does kind of land in the doctor's camp in terms of science. For a story that kind of, you know, in the end kind of embraces science, it does have like every bit of kind of occult iconography in this story. You know, the wind, the signs, the black cats.
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
it has everything.
It was so hip and contemporary for the time.
There he is.
No, the Brigadier's in his dress uniform. Anything with Nicholas Courtney is always great.
Yeah, what's also impressive
Now,
is
wouldn't you think a government-funded military organization you would have like free coffee and tea instead of making them buy it out of the machine?
Not in the 70s in England, I don't think so.
Oh, really? Okay.
I love him. I
This
just
is fantastic.
love Nicholas. Listen, he as far as I'm concerned, is a companion. And
Yeah.
you know, even if we hadn't had Sarah Jane, he would probably be my number
Just
one.
one look into the eyes and they're hypnotized. But she's got more resistance over it.
Yeah.
It's,
And
Yeah,
look at him. He's so frustrated.
yeah.
yeah.
That's a few times that has happened to Master though. Jordan, he's running in this because he's tried with a couple of in the Autumn episodes as well. He tried it a few times on a couple of people and it didn't work.
Well, you know, even by the time of Frontier in Space, which is in Joe's last season, she's built up a resistance to his hypnosis. He doesn't have the effect on her.
Yeah.
so. Would it be also her like magic? You think that would protect her there a little bit?
Yeah, I think that's kind of what they're implying.
Such a tragic way to go though.
Why he's relying on her, I'll never know.
Because he's sort of like a granddad a bit, isn't he, to her? Like like she's the niece or like a family member that's like, oh, she's a bit ditzy, but she's my niece, so I'll look after her.
Yeah, don't forget you're still missing Susan.
But
Yeah,
Pertwee
so
saw
maybe
the Doctor as the great protector.
Yeah.
And that's how.
Well, that's why
the way he
Pertwee
saw his
wanted to.
companion.
Yeah, that's why Pertwee wanted to wear a cloak for his doctor to kind of keep everybody under his wing.
He called
yeah,
it the wings of the mother hen. His cloak.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think even when the Doctor's very young, they should all have that sort of grandfather air about them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Matt Smith did a good job there as well. He did it very well. Because Blue Bonnet put it up as well. She says Gary beat me to it. Joe was able to overcome his hypnotizing in Frontier in
Oh,
Space.
sorry.
Dang it.
Sorry.
I think Blue Bonnet Hoovian shares Gary's passion for this era.
Well, yeah, she's a massive Pertwee fan.
Listen.
He's my second favorite Doctor. He's a very close second.
Blue Bonnet is all about Pertwee and Capaldi.
Yeah, well, listen, I'm the same as but we have to throw Tom Baker in there as well. The Holy Trinity, as far as I'm concerned, is Pertwee, Baker, and Capaldi. Now, some will say, well, Capaldi is controversial to put in there as the Holy Trinity. But if you're looking at three of the best actors, and in my opinion, they were three of the best actors. And not only that, the three of them elevated the role. And and here's the thing. All three had to deal with mediocre scripts, and all three elevated those scripts. And that, to me, makes a person eligible to play the role, because even those bad scripts, if you can elevate them, well, then it goes to show how much talent you actually have. So they're the holy trinity. I would talk about Pertwee all day, Baker all day, and especially Capaldi. The love for Capaldi, though, outweighs the other two for the simple fact is the way he was treated in the end.
Yeah.
He was unceremoniously kicked out on his backside, and that's unforgivable.
Right.
I love in that scene just now in the pub how, you know, Pertwee bounds in and acts like a complete boor to everybody.
Yeah.
You know, and then Joe is nice and polite and then gets the information they need.
Yeah, so that's a good balance.
That's why you need a companion.
There's
the Doctor always picks well, you know.
There's a lot of scenes in this where Pertwee just acts like a complete jerk.
Yeah, he is, isn't he?
Right.
I think it's because Pertwee's Doctor, he just had this, like I said, this is me watching just a bit, but from my reading, he's got this like upper class just air surrounding him, and he doesn't even have to do a lot. He just has the air that probably would get certain types.
Well, he's stuck surrounded by lower life forms, and it must get really grating after a while. Especially when someone says, "Why are you wearing a wig?" You know, it's just like so insulting.
I love how they're setting up this, the Daemon in the gargoyle to just be a statue.
Yeah,
and so when he comes alive, you must be like, "Whoa!"
Right.
And also, am I the only one that, as soon as I saw this outfit, I thought of the TV movie and what the Master wore in that?
I always like to dress for the occasion.
I always dress for the occasion.
Oh, and you know what? I didn't mention before when Noel was asking me for little facts. This story directed by Christopher Barry. This is the first time he directed for the show since Power of the Daleks.
Oh.
And Christopher Barry is actually the one who requested, the original name for the story was just the Demons. And Christopher Barry is actually the one who requested the name change to the Daemons with the A because he thought that would be a little bit more mysterious.
That's actually, and it worked.
Yeah, no, but hello. What's his name? Barry. What's his first name?
Christopher Barry.
Christopher Barry. Yeah, but his instincts were always great. That's why basically he was still very much involved up to the John Nathan Turner years.
Must have been fun creating this made-up language. It's like, let's just have a load of gobbledygook and just.
Well, you know that what Delgado is saying in those rhymes, it's basically Mary had a little lamb backwards.
Oh, really?
Oh, is that what
Yeah.
Wow.
Sorry to take away the mystery of the story, but that's what it is.
It sounds ancient. That's all that matters.
I'm not daft.
It's just like John Pertwee coming up with the phrase "reverse the polarity of the neutron flow," but she invented himself.
And I think that's one of the really interesting things about this story, if you either at the time or even now watching Pertwee chronologically, because we're well aware, even if you haven't seen this story, that the Master's a Time Lord, just like the Doctor. He's a person of science. So you're going, why is the Master doing all of these black mass rituals when we know full well he's, science grounded? It kind of adds to the mystery of the story.
Cool. Yeah. That's why he's that cool. Tell you, this didn't really work as well when they did it in K9 and Company, did they?
Yeah.
No.
A lot of these things could be put down to sort of, resonant harmonies and frequencies and things,
Right.
to trigger the alien consciousness.
So where did the snow come from?
And this is a well done, that's why I wanted to mention Christopher Barry. This is a really well directed climax with all the chaos outside and the angle there on the Master, that tilted angle is great.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, this is great.
Brilliant.
Doesn't look all right.
Oh, it really gives you the chills.
Great start.
Great
That
cliffhanger.
is a near perfect first episode.
Yeah, I would say it's very perfect.
Sucks you in.
So, Father, what did you think? You haven't seen this in
No,
a
it's
while.
good. I love the little demon with the cigar in his mouth. Or at least it looked like a cigar.
It was a tongue, wasn't it?
Of course, I'm in the mood for a cigar anyway, so.
Oh, you're in a mood.
No, I thought it was good. You know, it's been, like I said, it's been a long time since I've seen a Petrie episode. And when I started watching it on BritBox, I was afraid, you know, the fact that these are 40, 50 years old, I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to get back into it.
Yeah.
No, not a problem. Cheesiness, crappy effects, still love it.
Yeah. Look, listen, classics aren't worn down by time. I did a review of Alan Moore's Miracle Man, the first book of it. I was reading it. I was like, this is 40 years old. This is basically 40 years old. It's still light years ahead.
Yeah, that's a great story.
Yeah. You know, the thing is, and the one in the middle, I'm still learning the names.
Gary.
The
me?
Yeah. So if I was to say Jack Benny, you know who that is?
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, I have like 800 of his radio shows on MP3 that are over 80 years old.
Yeah, I love old radio.
Fun. They are fun.
I love old radio.
And the humor is still better than anything that's out there today.
Yeah, I'm hoping when they run, because they're running out of TV, we're just going to get great reruns. We're going to get great reruns over the next year.
Right, I looked at all my
great
stuff. I don't have anything to worry about.
And you know what? I think it's true of Doctor Who. It's true of the original Star Trek series. If you have a show that's well written, well directed, and sincerely acted, it doesn't matter when it was made. Chances are it will hold up.
Yeah, I agree.
Heck,
but it's even with the Star Trek The Next Generation, it's got good stories and good directing and everything like that, good acting.
I'm just putting up some pictures that were sent to me.
Well, yeah, because at the end of the day, effects are nice and computers are nice, but as humans, we are attracted to stories. That's the reason why when we didn't have telly, we made up stories around a campfire and they kept going for hundreds of years. Like, we're just naturally attracted to stories.
That's the beauty of old time radio. I mean, the Goons show, I'm still trying to get into that, but I mean, great theater of the mind.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that's a massive part of human experience, I would argue. So if you can tap into that, you don't need all the other stuff.
When I was,
I have to share this. This is really cool. Was it Adam Dare sent me on via Facebook pictures of them visiting the location. So no, if you can throw it up.
No problem. Can you do the countdown as well so we get the second part going as well? Because I want to.
I just want to show these pictures first, and then we get going.
While he's doing that, I gotta say, I kept getting the feel that it was like a Monty Python reporter reporting from the scene of a story.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so this is I did just miss it. This is Adam Dare in the chat. I posted pics to your Facebook of my brother and myself in Adelbourne, including the TARDIS, including whose litter bins that now reside there. I do feel welcome to share. I'm sharing them. Let's have a look.
You know what? I think he's right. That is where the android invasion was filmed too, because isn't that the pole where Tom Baker was tied to? In Android Invasion.
The cloven hoof.
Nice.
Yeah, I guess I get a lot of tourists.
Nice Dalek. Yeah.
Oh, there's where the pump was. Yeah. Oh, these are great.
And this is the figure you made, the work in progress.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah, and that's the shirt next to the purchase figure. You got the skills right.
I know. Nice job.
It is, isn't it? Isn't that great? Yeah. Anyway, thank you for
That's
sending.
that's incredibly creative, Adam.
I'm ready when anybody else is to start next episode. If anybody's ready.
Yeah, ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
What about no? Just checking on his chicken.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm ready.
How's your
Okay,
chicken?
fine.
How's your chicken doing, Noel?
Yeah, I'm just keeping an eye on it. That's why I'm in and out all the time. But I'm watching while I'm about
All
to take it out of the oven now. So it's fine. It's still dead.
We want to see it when it's out.
Well, I'll take a photograph and throw it up on Twitter. That's because and I'll share it and show you my chicken. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Ready for the countdown?
I am.
5,
Yep.
4, 3, 2, 1. Press play now.
Now, see, we were talking about cliffhangers before. Isn't it so much better that, like, after that ending, you didn't see, a next time thing 2 seconds after with the doctor all right and everybody going along and doing it? It's better to hold on that for a whole week, and then that brings you back next time.
They were aiming it for people my age, weren't they? So.
And you know what? You'll see this a lot in this story. What Christopher Berry does with the direction when they're down in the crypt, there's a lot of high shots looking down. You'll see that throughout, especially when Azal shows up later. But even before that, to give the kind of scale of the crypt, I think that's was a good choice on Christopher Berry's part.
Poor old Benton.
And the poor professor.
I know.
Yeah, we got one episode out of him. That was it.
Now we don't see what happens anymore to the Michael Palin guy. In the book, in the Target novel, he dies, but in the actual story we're watching, you just don't see him again.
Who wrote the Target novel?
Barry Letts.
Oh, there you go.
I hope Delgado kept that robe.
Pull it off quite well.
It is glorious, but Debenhams want their curtains back.
Every on the weekend nights he'll put it on, invite the neighbors over to.
You didn't finish that sentence.
Well, to whatever I would say, like to like a buffet dinner or whatever he wanted to do. Yeah, they were originally going to set this part in the actual church, but then they thought that might be a little bit too dicey, so they just set it in a cavern.
Oh, that would have sent Mary Whitehouse over the edge.
Yeah.
Totally.
Right. Yes.
I'm actually.
The will of the master.
Yes.
Join the rest of you.
Just every utterance from his mouth is just filled with power, absolute power.
Yeah, I say this is why I'm really enjoying the master audio, the solo master audios on Big Finish. It's really interesting to hear him when he's not like fighting the Doctor.
Mm-hmm.
Who does the voice rabbi on those?
Well, it depends on the one. I mean, they get the original actors in wherever possible. John Coleshaw is doing the first Delgado and Ainley masters on Big Finish. I think next month with Time Lord.
I was listening to a Second Doctor story with Fraser Hines doing the Troughton.
Oh, perfect!
It's
really good.
Really weird to listen to. What's her name? Victoria.
Oh,
yeah.
You're right. Where he's
so
doing,
old when she's doing the companion.
Oh
voice.
Yeah, same with Gareth Thomas
really,
when he's on the Seven's audios. He sounded
I love it. I love it that she's still game and still playing the role, but it's quite jarring,
Yeah, you know what, Rabbi, I was thinking that don't you think that some of the reason that those master audios are so effective is if the master is set against the Doctor, right away that he's going to lose.
Yeah.
Which takes away a lot of of his power and threat.
I would
But
like
if
to hear
he's,
the
if he's
master
on his
win.
if he's on his own, then yeah, we don't want evil to win. But on his own, he gains more threat and power because we don't know, really how the story is going to turn out.
Yeah, I'm going to start listening to the War Master soon.
Oh, apparently there's a
Good.
brilliant
Warmaster's very good.
Oh, I listened to Stranded, Rabbi.
How much fun did you have with that?
When did Doctor Who become EastEnders?
That's exactly what it is. Yeah.
Mm. Especially when that companion came out as trans, it's like, oh, really?
Yeah, honestly. And I couldn't tell that she was supposed to be a woman. Could you sound like a bloke? Like,
especially when
it was very confusing.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, wow.
Somebody's cut the wires.
Oh, I can't look at it without thinking traitor.
I do think it works quite well that they get isolated in the village. It does give it more of a sort of creepy and like, I don't know what word I'm trying to think of, but it does add a lot to the atmosphere, I think.
I always think it's such a hoot on this scene. The fact that they had this apocalyptic thing happen, these people have died, and then this guy's just driving out. Okay, we'll see you later.
Stiff upper lip and what?
Yeah, we're out. So long.
Cheerio.
No, have you looked at the private chat? Somebody wants your attention.
Oh,
he's
probably the chicken. Give us a second there. We'll get his attention for you.
Ooh, look at those. There's the eyes.
Noel's in trouble.
Just a bit.
Noel's in the kitchen. Noel's in the kitchen. He's got his chef's hat on.
No, put the chicken down. You've got somebody in the chat. Urgent.
You don't want the chicken to be rubbery.
Though. I'm here. I see him. The trigger train is here. I'm just gonna add him because I'm literally plating up. So here he is, the one and only Ballstrick. Woo!
If it works.
You boomed it.
Let's do that again. The one and only Ballstrick.
Yeah.
There he is.
Hey.
I hate you.
You hate me. Thanks very much, Pat. Thanks.
I hear. So somebody just listened to Stranded.
Yeah, me.
I told you it was bad.
Well, I had to hear it for myself because I wanted to believe my own ears.
That's the least bad of the four woke disaster pieces. Missy 2 will make you want to punch something. The Sixth Doctor and Perry, I don't have the words. And I believe you were here for my rant on the Lovecraft invasion last week.
I hated the Sixth Doctor and Perry way more than the Lovecraft invasion.
I hated the whole mean-spiritedness of the whole thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been listening to a lot of the Big Finish stories, dating back to 2000 and whatever, and it's like
I've been listening to Big Finish for 21 years.
A lot of it is very, very third wave feminist anyway.
It has been
actually, I just really quickly want to say the scene that we're watching right now.
Oh yes, what scene are we on?
This is actually one of the scenes where I think one of the
2, and we're 8 minutes and 20 seconds in.
Sorry, episode 2.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. This is one of the scenes where I think the story is kind of well loved because you have its location filming with a helicopter. You got those guys in their civvies, doing a little bit of investigating on their own, which really sets the story apart from, them just being the kind of, they're there, but they're soldiers and everything. And there's more of the camaraderie. And I think that's why this story is so embraced by everyone.
Yeah, it's just like, Unit After Dark.
Yeah, it's like I said before, it's like this is what Unit does on the weekend.
Is that why they're so bad?
Funky sunglasses.
I was going to say,
don't you love Sorry, Charlotte, carry on.
I can say, is that why they're so bad later on at like fighting? Because the amount of times they get knocked out as soldiers, it's sort of ridiculous.
I'm dazzled by the waist high trousers there by Benton.
Yes.
Yeah, I think I mean, despite even with the fact that this is a great master story and that this is a great, just Doctor Who story, I think the era as a whole benefited immensely from having the story like this, which shows them, not just filling the role of soldier and companion and everything, but their colleagues, their friends, in this kind of casual dress and everything. I think that the entire era benefited from having a story like this.
Well, it's more of an ensemble piece, isn't it?
It was. It really was.
And this is how you do an ensemble piece, and this is something Chibnall seriously doesn't seem to understand.
Oh yeah, he does.
It's not that she's got too many complaints.
A real quick note while we're on this scene. Actually, the original way that this scene was written was that what Barry Letts wanted to do was to have the brig married, where it wasn't the brig there just picking up the phone, where like a female hand would have handed him the phone.
Right.
Yeah.
And Nicholas Courtney didn't really want that, so that's why it never was filmed.
Oh, don't give them any ammunition. I say, it's because he's gay.
Well, no, because he's married in Battlefield.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, to Doris. He's married to his wife Doris.
But you know what these people are like.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, it's a miracle she didn't suffocate in that. I don't see any air holes. It's a miracle. You don't know how long she's been in there. She could have been in there for hours.
This is the great double act of this story. Is Benton and
Yeah, I forgot about this. It really is, isn't it?
She is so Thatcher-esque.
I know.
It is sweet when she's like,
It's a shame
back.
that we don't have anybody from the restoration team. Apparently, this is one of the hardest stories to restore. Because the source material was horrific.
Well,
yeah,
look,
we were talking earlier about
video.
we were talking earlier about the chroma dots. They pulled the chroma dots from a version that was recorded off air from my local PBS station, KCET. That's what they used as a source. But you're right. Apparently, it was a huge undertaking.
It's the VHS tape of this was terrible. Actually, a lot of these they do have PBS to thank for. A lot came from PBS out of Chicago and TV Ontario in my neck of the woods.
And I was saying, Bolstrek, before we started, when I was at school, we had our Doctor Who club. We watched a lot of these stories on the in black and white because it was obviously before the recovery.
Yes, this one. I think there was originally a terrible black and white copy, and then later a even worse color copy that was really watchable was discovered, and it was that horrific color copy that was circulating on PBS for like 2 decades.
Oh, bet 50 cups of Benton there. Go for it, Benton. Fight the rector.
Go, Benton.
Well, and I think Charlotte was right before. These are like trained soldiers, and who's this guy? Like a vicar? It's like you think he'd be able to drop this guy in a second.
No, he's not a real vicar. He's like a criminal henchman. Dressed as a vicar.
Anybody ever checked out John Levine's YouTube channel? I don't know.
No, go for it.
He did have a YouTube channel. I felt bad for him because he had like 50 subscribers.
Oh, that's sad.
And he seems like such a nice dude in real life too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, if you see him at conventions, yeah, he's great.
Also, I think it's quite impressive that she can lift him and drag him, considering she looks like not the most strong woman in the world.
Yeah, that's true.
I know Joe's not wearing
strange.
Well, look at it this way, Charlotte. She's wearing about 75 pounds of rings on her fingers.
Oh, that's
very true.
That gives her arm strength.
Don't you think it was a really weird choice to have Mike Yates as the companion to Tom Baker in those Nest Cottage audios? Just thinking when he was on screen just now, like, what a weird choice of companion for Tom Baker.
Whoa. A burning bush.
You were.
I regret nothing.
Yeah, credit for that, you know.
That's a great effect, actually.
And this is really clever. I'm not going to spoil it when you realize what that means and the fact that it's all telegraphed in terms of later on you realize how all this hangs together. It's really clever.
Mm.
Okay, everyone, in a second, I'm just going to pull up the chat. So, yeah, John Levine is up to 776 subs. So I'm just going to pull this up in the actual Twitter.
Yeah, let's try to get him.
Subscribe to him.
Yeah, let's try to get him as many subs as we can during our watch along.
Okay.
Tell you what, this is the second episode I've watched with something blowing up. Did they like to do that in Classic?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God, I could hear my voice. Do I really sound like that? Jesus
Blowing
Christ.
up stuff is good.
I mean, it made me laugh when I saw it. I was like, oh, that's the second thing that's blown up.
Will they blow up a model version of the church later on in this story?
Well, we still have a helicopter. We still have a helicopter to blow up too.
Yeah.
Well, he was the action doctor, wasn't he, Pertwee? So it makes sense.
Oh, we got a video of Levine playing saxophone and singing.
Now, wouldn't you think this doctor would be like, you were just frozen, and you look completely fine?
It's
like,
those Gallifreyan genes.
But do you not think, like, as a normal person, you'd be like, I thought I heard 2 heartbeats, and you've survived being an icicle?
Well, you can survive in space as well.
I'm not denying that. I'm saying, do you not think the doctor would be a bit more like, what? Why are you still walking?
Well, the doctor can go into a self-induced coma in order for self-defense for some reason.
Oh, did you see that awful best dressed Doctor Who video by Who Culture?
No,
I actually ended up having to block that channel because I was just so annoyed by it. They put John Pertwee lower than Jodie Whittaker. Jodie Whittaker wasn't near last. Outrageous! I was so annoyed by that.
Come on, guys. We've only gotten John Levine 4 subs.
Well, let him go on the channel. And then we'll get more subs.
And if anybody knows John Levine, tell him we're doing a watch along. He can come join us.
Yeah, we put it. It's in the chat a couple times.
And you know what? I really agree. I think it was Lee who said it before that, I think one of the reasons why this story is so successful, I think it's probably one of the true ensemble pieces in Pertwee's era. But, some of the other stories that Bob Sloman, the co-writer of this story, wrote, the Time Monster and Green Death, and they weren't all trapped in, the same place together, but those were pretty good ensemble stories as well.
Yeah, and it blows my mind that, you've got this formula sat there forever, and Chibnall doesn't understand that. He doesn't.
Well,
it's a simple concept.
It's not about him. It's about this lovely era. Don't be talking about that.
Yeah. That would trigger you.
It's like trying to ask. That's oh yeah, that's great.
Are you on the signpost? The signpost says "Devil's End one way, Satan Hill the other." That is not a place to live.
No,
subtle, isn't it?
Yeah.
Imagine like
live in a place called Devil's, whatever it is, Devil's Inn or Devil's Pit. Be great.
And actually, that sign's wrong when you think about it, because that heat barrier is the dome is like 5 miles, and it's proceeding from the center of the church is the dead center of the heat radius that they show later. So the fact that it says Devil's End only 1 mile, that doesn't track with the dome being 5 miles. But sorry, I'm showing my geekdom.
That's what you're here for.
What kind of car is that?
I think it was a Ford Popular, and it had basically different parts added to it, and it was basically a kit built up kind of car, vintage.
It's one of those kit cars that people buy and
yeah.
Oh crap! Yeah. See,
really? That's wild.
This is see those of us in North America. We see your British cars, and we have no idea what the hell they are. We recognize the brands, we just don't recognize the cars.
Well, yeah.
And I've always wondered about this. This may be a little bit too kind of overthinking it, but I mean, the fact that, the brig can throw that stick in, it'll get instantly incinerated. Wouldn't the ambient heat from something like that, keep them from, I mean, it's kind of like they're standing a foot from it, but as long as they're not touching it, they're fine. It's like I would think the ambient heat would have to be like way farther away.
No, I think it's like if you're 1 millimeter away from it, you don't feel anything, and when you touch it, that's
okay.
That barrier. That's my take on it.
And I have to say,
like
one of my favorite
kept inside. Anyway, science fantasy.
Exactly.
I just wanted to say one of my favorite Doctor Who themes of all time is the Delgado Master theme.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, how many villains in the whole history of the show got their own theme besides Delgado?
Everything.
Well, New Who, everything had a theme. Well, until now.
Yeah, I don't like
I'm talking about the villains.
Like the Doctor having their own theme. It's like, well, the Doctor's already got a bloody theme.
Right. No, I was talking about a villain.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to fight you for that. I love that that each Doctor has a theme.
No, they already got a theme.
I mean, he's not a villain, but Saber and Glitz had a theme.
Did he?
Yeah.
I really think they should bring him back. I love Sablum. I love Sablum Glitz.
Yeah, I was. It's on one of the DVDs. There's a panel where he talks about how he just developed his own theme. I think when he came back for the second time.
I'd love to see him come back. He's such a great character. This story has
nothing but great cliffhangers. Every cliffhanger in this story is great.
I have to be honest. That whole stone thing, I burst out laughing. I burst out laughing because it's so obviously a fella in a suit.
How dare you?
And it didn't help.
You're bad.
I know, but for me, it's the tongue as well. It just if it didn't have that, I don't think it looks so busy.
So I'm used to it now, so
you have to put it in the time that it was released. Kids back then wouldn't have known that.
Charlotte, you need to embrace your inner child.
Yeah. Oh, I know. It just made me giggle, like, with fun. Because I was
cynical youth of today.
Yeah.
Got another cliffhanger coming up.
The Ute.
Yeah, the Utes.
You guys don't know me well enough. I'm plenty cynical.
Dun, dun, dun.
Okay, the youth of today wouldn't know. No offense to some of you out there that are intelligent, but the youth of today, the majority of them, actually wouldn't know great entertainment if it hit them in the face.
Yeah, they live on this crap.
It's most of them won't have the attention span for any classic Who. Try making them sit through a Hartnell episode would be like pure torture.
Oh yeah. So they wouldn't even know what's going on. They just lack the ability to comprehend and to. They're not very articulate either. Look, they think they're all smart and stuff with all their, same lines that they keep throwing out. But you're right. You get them to watch classic Who, they wouldn't have a clue what's going on, especially Hartnell. No wonder he gets stick because they slay at and they don't understand. But Pertwee, look, I mean, they tried Pertwee last year, if you remember, and the man is dead how many years, and they still managed to try and cancel him because that's how.
Oh, with that one, yeah.
Yeah, you did a video.
I love that clip. That is one of my favorite Doctor Who actor clips of all time because it's just so random.
Yeah.
And they got so triggered.
Yeah, it's called having a sense of humor.
I want to check in with Father who's watching this again after a long time. What'd you think of that episode?
Again, I like it. I mean, I had to laugh the little demon dancing at the end. Kind of made me think of the Great Gazoo from Flintstones. I don't know why, it just did. It's kind of hard. Like I said, I'm taking the headphones off during this so I can at least listen.
Right. No, that's why I wanted to check in with you and get your.
No. I'm enjoying it.
That's a very enjoyable story.
Yeah,
it's all enjoyable. I mean, this for me is classic poetry. This is a perfect classic.
It's there's not a lot of fat in this story. I mean, there's not a lot of padding in this whole story.
That's all good.
Well, Barry for you.
From what I remember, it was supposed to be a 6-parter, but they cut it down to 5, so that's why it's so tight in terms of story.
Well, actually, interesting thing about that, and I probably could go in and find it because I have all the old DWB fanzines in the other room. They did what turned out to be an April Fool's story where, and this was back like 92, 93, where they said that it was originally supposed to be 6-part, and they gave the entire beat by beat summary of what would have been the 6th episode, and everybody bought because they said that the story ends kind of abruptly, and they said, no, there's a whole other episode and we found it, and here's what, and everybody bought it. It was like an entire page of small print summary of what the Demons Part 6 was, and everybody bought it, and they came out later go, no, that was just an April Fool's thing.
Doing that to people. Sick individuals.
I believe this was also one of many times that Barry Letts got called up to the head office. He was already in trouble for the helicopter scene. He was in trouble for the cop scene.
Right.
And in this one, there was some concerns about the satanic imagery in the episode. He just loved pissing off the upper floor. And they kept him on until he left. I think that's one of the reasons why Philip Hinchcliffe was swapped out after 3 years.
Well, I mean, initially he wanted to do the story, but he didn't think they could do it. And Terrence Dix is the one who said, no, I think we can probably make it work. And he ended up, and Barry Letts actually wanted to direct this story, but he handed it off to Christopher Barry to direct, and he focused on writing it.
See, I think the satanic stuff's quite tame.
Yeah, but for
by today's standards.
Yeah, but keep in mind this was the BBC, and Lutz was already in the trouble corner to begin with.
Mary Whitehouse was on the rampage at the time as well.
Yeah,
she had a moral authority.
Yeah.
Well, but I mean, seriously, to all of the people from, this is kind of an international panel. I mean, for heaven's sakes, how many years had Hammer been going with this stuff like 10 times worse and was raking in money and audiences? Were they really that?
Well,
it's because it was on TV and it was yeah. Well, with Hammer, you're looking at movies. I guess with Doctor Who, you're looking at something that's on broadcast TV in a children's time slot. So
yeah,
I guess you could kind of see it from.
There was a Hammer TV show they did as well. It was like this anthology show, the Hammer House of Horror.
Wasn't that later in the day though? Like it was a later time slot though, wasn't it? Because at this point,
I think Bull Strike's right, but he probably put it in the after. Yeah,
because in the Pertwee years, Doctor Who had the 6 o'clock time slot, if I recall, or it was either 6 or 6:30.
I think it was like 6:15.
Yeah, kind of. It varied week to week. The BBC is wacky with that. So yeah, I can kind of. I'm looking at the perspective from the early 70s. I could see it a little bit from the way they would have seen things at the time.
So here's a
course,
question.
now-
Like throughout,
Oh, go ahead, Charlotte.
I was just going to say then, in classic, did they always have that sort of thing in their heads that it was for children, or was there a time when they eventually sort of wised? When do you think they started to wise up then?
They did a couple times. Actually, Pertwee was one of the first attempts to change it. Was more of a James Bond Doctor Who. The Hinchcliffe home years were definitely planned as a departure. When Christopher H. Bidmead was script editor and JNT was showrunner in Tom Baker's final season, they tried to make the show a little bit more scientific. And then the ultimate attempt at making it an adult show was the Colin Baker years, where you notice that it suddenly became more violent. So at various times throughout Doctor Who's history, they tried to aim it more at adults. It was kind of like a yo-yo. It went back and forth depending on who was producing it and what era you were in. Because obviously, if you look at the Graham Williams era, right after Hinchcliffe, even though Robert Holmes was still script editor for his first series, you notice between those two series a significant lightening up of the tone. So that's it going back to being more of a kid's show. Then JNT and Bidmead come in, and rather than going the horror route, they try to go. It was one of the few times where Doctor Who actually went the science fiction route.
Yeah. I mean, I know that Verity Lambert and Sidney Newman, when they were creating it, they really wanted it to be a family show where there'd be some element in there that would appeal to, every age group, which is a tremendously tricky thing to do. But of course, they managed it. And I've always, I don't know. I know it gets slammed as a kid show. I've always thought of it kind of as a more of a family show. I know that people may think that that's, splitting hairs, but
no, I think
it's really not. I mean, I think if this was a kid show and the material in it was really designed only to appeal to kids, I doubt even for nostalgia's sake that all of us would be here talking about it.
Yeah.
It's the two elements. I think the best way to look at the separate elements is when they were divided between the Sarah Jane Adventures and Torchwood, where you had thematically the more kids or more children oriented aspects of the show in the Sarah Jane Adventures. And then you had the more adult themes in Torchwood. So they're on opposite ends, and then Doctor Who was always kind of in the center. But I don't think they call it a children's show, but I know all of us here know a lot of these episodes inside and out and backwards. There was no time, at least in the classic series, that it was aimed at children. But look at the writing. It wasn't. If it was written for kids, it would play probably more like the Sarah Jane Adventures, which was aimed at kids. But if you look at the dialogue, I think you need a certain level of intelligence to even understand the dialogue.
Well, no, I think that's not necessarily true, because I think that back then, children were raised with a particular level of education.
Yeah, that's true.
Than today, and the audience were not patronized. All the audience were treated as if they were like 12-year-old boys, basically. And back then, really the sort of educational standards were a lot higher, and it wasn't dumbed down. They just didn't dumb it down. They refused to treat their young audience as imbeciles, unlike the current era where they do.
Well, no,
and don't you think back then that when every home had one television, you pretty much had to appeal to the entire family, or else the kid was going to be the one that lost out.
That's right.
If it was only a child-directed, appeal show. It's like, sorry, you can watch your cartoons tomorrow morning. They had to have something to.
For the adults.
Oh yeah, and Sadako 24 came up with something. Season 24 was pretty much kid aimed. Actually, it wasn't. Season 24 was a failed experiment. JNT, I guess you have to give him some credit because he did reinvent the show several times while he was a producer. The failed experiment, and it was a horrific failure, but the failed experiment of season 24 is they tried to bring the show into absurdist science fiction, which is why that entire series is like an acid trip. So it comes off when you watch it as aimed for kids, but it's. I think if anybody's ever read Terry Pratchett's Discworld series, it's that type of fiction, but done very badly.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was Andrew Cartmel's influence, really. I mean, just that first season he worked on, he didn't really.
Well, he didn't have. He came in partway through the development, and as far as I know, the absurdism aspect was J&T's idea because he wanted. I think it was also because him and Eric Sayward were about ready to shoot each other at the time.
Yeah.
So he wanted to bring the show as far away from Sayward's approach as possible. Andrew Cartmel, his influence really comes in with season 25, and you can tell because that's when you had the transformation of the show to what it became in season 26. And J&T didn't have much input into season 26. Season 26 was all Cartmel.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can tell. It's a great season.
Oh, the man's a genius.
I actually think season 24 for me is kind of hit and miss. I mean, for me, Time in the Ronnie is one of the two kind of irredeemable McCoy stories. I actually think Paradise Towers would have been a lot better had the lighting been turned down about 75% and they would have made it darker and moodier. I think would have helped that story immeasurably.
Yeah.
Delta and the Bannerman.
What Andrew Cartmel said about that was it would have been a great story if they cast two people differently and they shot it on location. They shot it on location in an old house. That would have really worked.
You know, I mean, and I mean, the book that was based on, they just did a movie with Tom Hiddleston based on that same book. And
have you seen that movie?
Vaguely remember it.
It's based on the same thing as Paradise Towers.
I did a movie show, and that was the movie we watched about 2-3 weeks ago. Everybody hated it apart from me.
Oh yeah,
the product people quite liked it.
I'm tempted to revisit.
Us no hated it. Oh my god.
Yeah.
No, I'm actually tempted to revisit Paradise Towers because I haven't seen it since the DVD came out, and that was at least a decade ago.
Okay,
I know I hate Time in the Ronnie. I can't stand Delta and the Bannerman.
I was just gonna say that's the one I want to watch again. I haven't seen that for years, and it sounds like it's just kind of goofy fun.
This was my introduction to originally Delta and the Bannerman. TV Ontario, for some reason, played season 24 out of order about 6 months after the UK did.
Okay.
And they did play Time in the Ronnie and Paradise Towers. They went right into Delta and the Bannerman. And all I had known is, we finished with Colin Baker. And then all of a sudden, I'm like, this is the new season. I'm like, no regeneration, no nothing. And I was actually embarrassed to be watching it. I think it's mainly because they have that memory. I'm like, what the hell have they done to my show of young, what was this? This was 88, young 9 or 10-year-old Bulls Trek.
Should we get back to the watch along? Not that we can't keep talking about this, but
yeah, we got to keep our audience happy.
These are why these things always end up being 6 hours.
Do you want to do the countdown?
Rabbi's got to do the countdown.
Well, the Boltrick, do you want to do the countdown?
No, man. I only do the countdown when you're not here. I'm your replacement.
Okay, that's so naughty. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Press play now.
No, Rabbi, you would have laughed last week. We were all trying to do your laugh.
Yes, we were. You need to go back and listen to that, Rabbi. We were doing a bad job at trying to imitate your laugh.
Oh, okay. What show was that?
The Enemy of the World.
Oh, that's one.
The stream you didn't bother your arse coming on, Ted. That one.
Wait, what happened with that? Where was I?
You had the guest appearance at the beginning.
It streamed beforehand. You remember you had a long week, so.
Oh God, yeah, because it was on a different day.
Yeah, exactly.
I was knackered. I was so tired.
Grand. Don't let that ever happen again. And the silence is deadly.
Well, it's a good recap, isn't it? I love how he always rolls his R's.
And now it's having a seizure.
Okay, now I have a question. Now, in a lot of the, I know it's, okay, so in a lot of the Hammer movies, a lot of the Dracula movies, the reason that the cross works well is if the person who's wielding the cross against Dracula or the vampires has the faith to back it up. It's the power of their faith, which Doctor Who did later in Curse of Fenric. But I'm trying to think, would this work if Pertwee pulls out the trowel? He doesn't believe it has the power, but Bach does, and that's why. But I'm thinking because in a lot of the movies, the wielder has to have the faith to back it up for it to work.
Oh, it can be like, do you remember in New Who with the werewolf, and they trained it to think they trained it to fear the mistletoe, but there was no actual.
Oh, okay.
I think, yeah.
Oh, that's clever, yeah.
Says it. Oh, yeah. They basically brainwashed him to be scared of this.
Because a lot of times you'll see like Peter Cushing hold up 2 candlesticks, to make the cross or things like that. But it's like because he had the faith to back it up that it worked, not because it was an actual cross.
Yeah, at some point it'd be really cool to see the Time Lord Vampire War, because I bet all these like the demons and everything were on the vampire side.
Yeah. Oh, with the bow ships. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Somehow, I don't know why it is, but somehow Delgado wearing those glasses just makes him even more menacing. I'm not sure why that is.
Right.
If lens crafters would have been around when Delgado was alive, he would have been a great spokesman.
Yes.
Just pull off those glasses. Come in now.
I am the master.
You will have your eye exam.
So it's interesting watching, for me, this is my first Delgado, and he's got like this really like animal thing about him. Like just his energy.
Yes.
He's very magnetic.
That's the thing, It's not alien, that's the word I would use. I'd say animalistic.
Yeah.
Like he just has that air of like a cat, like a big cat.
Yeah, you should watch the preceding Delgado master stories in this season. They're all very good.
Yeah.
I think this was the story where it was either this or was it Claws of Axos, where like every single name he adopted was some form of the word master.
Well, Magister was a.
This one's Magister, and I can't think if he did it in Claws of Axos either, but it was one of these stories. And then afterwards, like every other time, was something.
I love this little exchange with the White Witch. This Hawthorne.
He's very touchy-feely with Joe in this story, too. I mean, this is a great Dr. Joe story, too.
Yeah, because I would always argue the Doctor, in any incarnation, any care, it's not big, like, it's little things. Because of the fact that he knows he's always older, he's gonna die. So he knows the companions he's gonna outlast them.
Well,
he wants to overly show his affection.
If you watch the Pertwee era in order, it's clear that when he first meets Jo, he's completely annoyed by her. He doesn't want her around. He doesn't even want an assistant. And by the end, I mean he's deep affection for her.
Absolutely heartbroken when she leaves.
Do any of you guys watch Sherlock?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Know that scene with the wedding with with
Yeah.
John and when Sherlock basically leaves the wedding.
Yeah, very similar. You're right.
Yeah, Gators came out and basically said, yeah, that we basically mirrored Joe and
Yeah, it's shot for shot. If you go, I think there's a video on YouTube because we were talking about that at one of the other live streams. I went on afterwards to YouTube. There's a video on YouTube which does a shot by shot, side by side of the last scene of the Green Death with the last scene of the episode Charlotte's talking about, and it is identical.
Don't you think that last episode of Sherlock was a incredible Doctor Who story they never made? Where the Master, where Missy Master is on these prison on an island, she's taking everybody over.
I couldn't stand that episode.
That last episode, Rabbi, was Moffat on crack with somebody saying, "Do you know what? Just do whatever you want."
Yeah,
you know,
it's like let's not explain. I hated that.
Listen, we lost the plot after season 3 of Sherlock because season 1 and 2 was about the detective work, right? Then season 3 start bringing all this Mind Palace rubbish into it, and then after that Mind Palace rubbish came into it, then it went all over.
Right.
It was like Sherlock, like what Charlotte said. Moffat on crack cocaine or something, man.
I think it was a case of too many farts, too many smelling of farts.
No, you know what I think it is? I think it's like, for me, the first 2 seasons, I think the second season is the one that ended with him supposedly dying, jumping off the building, right?
Yeah.
Right.
After the first 2 seasons are good. I think at that point, with all the publicity, I think that's when the show kind of fell in love with itself.
Yeah.
And then the next 2 seasons were all like, self-congratulatory and patting itself on the back, how clever we are. Yeah. I mean, that was the dividing line.
I have to say, I like Moffat, I like crack. I think it's a good combination. So I like those. So isn't that the time the Dalek from what was that the Dalek story with Whittaker, Resolution? Wasn't that about the time he came to Earth as well and got broken in 3 pieces?
Don't care.
Yeah, not that they're in the same universe, obviously.
This is a great master scene because he goes from, I'll give trying to convince them a try, and then he loses patience with that approach after about 7 seconds, and then just decides to go the whole "you will obey me" route.
Yeah,
that's the sort of funny thing with the master. Like you said, he can be so patient. He can do so much planning. He can take years, and then in a scene it will just take 2 seconds, and he's like, "Oh, I'm bored. I'm just going to be threatening now."
Yeah. Well, that's his default mode.
Plus, as well, if you think about this Doctor, I'd say this Doctor's probably one of the most patient ones, like the most, I'll wait and I'll let you do your thing. So it's a nice contrast between having such a patient Doctor with such a master, which, like we've all said, he can just go off at times quickly, like on a whim.
Okay, buddy.
Well, I mean, it's weird. In this story, Pertwee is pretty much dismissive of anybody who doesn't adopt his own kind of, it's all science thing, because, I mean, he doesn't even try to be kind of understanding of where anybody else is coming from, which I guess
he finds the humans very, very wearisome after being stuck there. It's just like, for goodness sake, you can understand his frustration.
I mean, and I think by this point, especially with this team that's around him, the kind of unit family, I think that he's so used to them, just accepting without question anything. He's so used to being the kind of savior in any situation that he gets frustrated when they question him, because he's gotten used to them hanging on his every word. Yeah. Especially Benton. Yeah, this is a funny scene.
He's such a bastard.
He's brilliant, though, isn't he?
He's great. No, it's great.
they were like regretting going.
And you
to
know what? It's
confession.
really weird because here's the thing. It's like, oh, and is that John Scott Martin, who has been in the Daleks since the 60s.
I love that side parting. Yeah, that's great.
And you have to think, because the way some of these stories are set up, it's clearly he's been there for months. He replaced the old vicar. So all of these stories, there's like a time lag within each one where he can establish himself in each of these venues.
God, he's so... he is magnetic. I mean, you just watch him.
Yeah.
It's all in the eyes.
Yeah.
And the voice.
Yeah.
He just draws you in like no one else.
And the chat, before I think we started, they were talking about some of the other Delgado roles. And I know that he's been in some Hammer movies that I can't think of offhand, but I do know that he was in the original 6-part Quatermass 2. He played the reporter in Quatermass 2. I think that was 1955. Not the movie version, but the TV version.
I was going to suggest to Noel that maybe we could do a Delgado movie watch along. Just pick a Delgado movie and watch him in something else.
Which Hammers was he in?
I'll have to have a look. What do you think, Noel?
Yeah, it'd be something to look into. All right, yeah.
He was probably in one of those Hammer movies that was called. He was probably in one of those Hammer movies that was called something like, The Devil's a Great Old Guy or something. Whatever those titles were.
So
I love the Doctor's ring.
What was that David Tennant special with the woman from EastEnders, who then was the Bionic Woman before she was cancelled? What's her name again?
Lady Christina. Michelle.
Planet of the Dead.
It was Michelle.
What's her name again?
Her first name is Michelle. I'm blanking on
Michelle Hollywood. Yeah.
Michelle Ryan.
Right.
Yeah.
So they was it Lee, whoever the comedian was in it? They totally riffed on this scene in that when he built this thing to get through.
Yeah.
Lee Evans is actually a really good actor. You forget he's an amazing comic, but that even because he was in There's Something About Mary as well, so you forget that he can act, that guy.
Oh right, yeah, he wasn't there.
You've got to feel sorry for the Brigadier. I mean, the Doctor says something and he doesn't comprehend it. I mean...
Now, see, this is to me where Pertwee's being a jerk, because basically all she was doing is basically what he does every story, which is berate and demean the Brigadier. She does it, and he reads her the riot act. It's like, what are you doing?
It's because the Doctor doesn't like the authority.
I think Pertwee was the one Doctor. If you're going to sort of say who was the biggest asshole until current times, probably Pertwee. He was the most condescending of the Doctors, but in a charming way.
Well, yeah. That's like with the Master. He's the most dangerous of the characters, but in a charming way. It's like he'll make you give up your soul to him, but he'll smile while he's asking you to do it.
I'm sorry.
I know this is so great. It's like, at the beginning, it's like, I love you all. You know me. I've come to cherish every one of you. And at the end, it's like, oh, you're nothing but scum beneath my feet.
Delgado is in the mummy shroud.
Yeah, that's not going to scare me. Although I love the way he shows which guy to kill.
Yeah, he does that little symbol thing that he does during the rituals. And now he's back to the okay, friends. Yeah.
You could also say it's sort of doing that commentary about how people, they do things like 90, like you can get a crowd so easily to do something if you just scare them.
Oh, Mike, you wimp. The guy throws a helmet at you and you...
This is what I mean. This guy's a sergeant.
I
and I was
know.
just watching it going like,
I'm going to
"Mate,
push you down. I'm going to
He's
push you
not
down
sergeant.
forcefully.
Well, that guy does have a very powerful moustache.
Ooh.
Ooh.
That's Doctor Who does 3D.
And also, he's got superhuman strength from the power of the demons.
That's right.
They put some money into this strip in this
They
story.
did. Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, this is cool. Is this where Mike gets on the bike and chases it?
It does.
Oh right,
Right
yes.
now. Right now. Like I said before, that's why this story is just so fast paced. I mean, it's a good length. No filler. It's always moving.
You're right. Right. It's not like that chasing Planet of Spiders. That like just goes nowhere.
Oh, you mean the entire episode 2 of that story, which is one long chase.
Yeah.
Do you think it would be cool if we had a doctor like in the future that like picked up the vehicle thing again? Liked to have the vehicles. Not had that, have we really, for any modern ones when I think.
Well, I've said it before, and I'll say it a couple of times on streams, so I'll say it again. I thought one of the big missed opportunities of the Capaldi era was during the Zygon inversion, when he and Osgood land on the beach and they're looking for a car. She should have taken him. She should have said, I have an idea, taken him to kind of a warehouse where he doesn't know what's going on until she opens the door and there's Bessie.
Yeah,
she and Capaldi ride to London in Bessie. I can't believe they didn't do that.
Yeah, although you know what, I really think if we had Capaldi for another year, it would have been great to see him do like a year with UNIT, being trapped in England.
Yeah, it would have totally he would have benefited I think the show would have benefited from just having something like Bessie and UNIT more prevalent.
Well, he is president of Earth.
Yes.
There is that.
Yeah,
but Bessie would have been brilliant.
Kind of dumb to me.
Yeah, especially as like in the Doctor Who experience, they had a Bessie and everything, so it's not like they couldn't have done it.
Yeah.
You think somebody would have made a sign saying there's a heat shield here.
Yeah. Now, there we go. Too late for him to turn. Oh, she's out. Boom.
I always wonder, I tried to look it up, but I couldn't find it. That helicopter blowing up looks to me like it's from a Bond film, like From Russia with Love or something.
Yeah.
Well, there was the one guy who did all the helicopter work on all this stuff. It could have probably the same guy. Like I knew him. I met him a few times. He was just like, if you lived in North London, you would end up meeting this guy. I knew him because my next door neighbor had a helicopter, and I went to the airfield with him, and that's where he met him. He also did like stunt shows in the little gyrocopter was in what's that early Bond movie? Thunderball.
Oh, you're thinking about You Only Live Twice.
Yeah, that's the one. That's one. Yes.
Where does the master find time to change? You know,
he always likes to dress for the occasion.
Yes, I always dress for the occasion.
That's his lounging robe.
But I mean, 1 minute he's outside lurking around the graveyard, and then the next minute he's dressed in his gown.
I do love the dynamic though between the Doctor and I'm blanking. That's really bad, Brigadier. because you just get that feeling of they're almost like, it reminds me a bit of like brothers who sort of do love each other, but they just hate each other like half the time.
Yeah.
And they just have constant snipes, and they just sort of begrudgingly listen to each other.
Well, the thing with the Brigadier is, if you go from his introduction in, Web of Fear, I mean, they do soften him up probably too much over the course of the Pertwee era, but they do definitely soften Pertwee's attitude toward the Brigadier. They do become friends by the time the era is over.
Oh yeah, and you can see that here. And I've always said, somebody's a good friend if you can call them everything.
Yeah. And speaking of Osgood, there's Osgood's dad.
Mm-hmm.
No kidding.
Really?
That's Sergeant Osgood. Yeah.
Is this really supposed to be a dad? That's so funny.
I think so. The fact that they look the same, they're both named Osgood, they both work for UNIT. I mean, I have to believe.
Okay.
I want one of those. That'll help me sleep.
Yo, evil way is all. I love that.
He actually looks scared.
I know. This may be the only time that a villain is the subject of the cliffhanger. I love these overhead shots from Christopher Barry looking down.
Oh, yeah, it really makes you think like something's big, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then the cliffhanger.
There you go. Whatever it is, got to be scary. It's got the master on the ropes.
Master's thinking, he goes, I knew my plan was gonna screw up at some point, but not this early.
Right, I'm gonna have to bounce in 5-10 minutes, lads. So I'm probably best to get ready to do that pretty soon.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to.
Well, so what did you think about the whole story, Charlotte? I mean, as your first Pertwee.
I'm gonna be honest. I did think it's a little bit slow to start. So I understand they had to set up a lot of the atmosphere and like the setting of the little village. But I think for me, I just found it a little bit slow. But once you got more of the things happening and everybody sort of like unit arriving there, I did like it a lot more. And I do agree with you guys. The master is the ultimate standout, and he is a steam stealer. And like I said, I really like how Pertwee. The thing that stood out to me was, like I said, a little hint of how he cared for Joe. I really did appreciate that.
Yeah.
So if I was to give it a score, probably 6, just because, like I said, I did find it a little bit slow.
Okay.
Well, listen, thanks for popping on. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for letting me do Classic with you guys. It's fun to watch stuff for the first time. So
good.
Cool.
Are we having a break from Classic now for a bit?
Yeah, Rabbi is off for 2 weeks now, so
just before my choice, may I add.
Yeah, it doesn't matter when we come back. We will still doing your choice anyway, so it's we just have to wait an extra 2 weeks for yours. So we have to let you suffer a little bit.
Well, you have it too easy anyway, mate. We have to do something to make it stuff. I'm
going to have time slip eventually. You know that.
Oh, I love that show.
Yeah,
I love that show.
Tell you, people who like Time Slip freaking adore it.
I love Time Slip. I've got the box set.
Guys, you're going to have like reaction to it, so that should be entertaining. If I thought this thing looks like a fella in a suit.
There you go.
Right, so I'm going to head off.
Okay.
So thank
you very much, Charlotte.
Take care, Charlotte.
Bye, Charlotte.
Yeah, bye, Charlotte.
Thank you. Where am
Right,
I?
Rabbi, do the countdown for the next episode.
Oh, we're ready. Okay, look at that.
Oh, my God, just got
Into
straight
episode
through.
4.
We're
Right,
powering
get your
through.
fingers on, get your fingers on the button. Mine's just queuing up. 1 second. Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Press play now.
Nice. Nerd father shirt, something.
You know, and I gotta say, as far as as far as openings go, you know, the opening that they did for the Pertwee's last season, which was the kind of proto early version of the Tom Baker time tunnel one, but using the Pertwee figure, I really don't like that as much, only because I associate this opening with Pertwee and the time tunnel with Tom Baker, and the titles of his last season always just kind of bug me.
I just wanted to bring this up before I go back to the mute, but they mentioned there was a Doctor Who Easter egg in The Boys episode 2 for season 2. Notice what the shirt has.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
It's funny though, because the shirt is clearly meant to be like a cheap shirt he found in a bargain basement. Which
Wait, what is that?
Dr. Jody.
It's it's a Pete wearing a Jody outfit, maybe, or maybe wearing a Mork from Mork outfit. It could be that too.
So I'm going back to mute.
No problem.
I love the red filter in this scene. It's great.
Right.
Yeah.
Extreme close up, very quickly.
Yeah. Smash zoom.
Take my hat off to her. I mean, she's blind as a bat, and she tackled those stairs like a pro.
Yeah. Well, she missed grabbing her coat the first time, but they just kept rolling.
God.
Yeah, file this under things Katie Manning should file this under things Katie Manning should not do.
Yeah, I mean, she had to feel around for the top of the ladder, though. Bless her heart.
Unbelievable, though. But she did it. She didn't moan.
No.
It's like, okay, Katie, dear, I'm going to have you climb out the window onto the roof and then down the ladder. It's like, you what?
What ladder? What window? Reverse it. He's so patronizing.
But, you know, I actually do appreciate the fact that it does make sense that unit would have more than one science guy to rely on. Clearly, you don't have anybody in the doctor's field, obviously, but it does make sense that they would try to have other tech guys there who are halfway competent.
Yeah.
Nice, and I love even here the fact that he waits until the very end for the big reveal, because even from this reverse shot, you still don't have any context for what you're looking at. So it's like, what am I looking at here in the foreground if you haven't already seen the episode?
It looks like a giant turkey with turkey legs.
Yeah. I mean, all you have is a sense of scale. So in that sense, you know, bravo to Christopher Barry for doing it that way, but holding the full thing of it back. And that's great how, you know, Delgado like tosses out the thing and he goes, remember Atlantis. Delgado pauses and rethinks it. He goes, okay, that's not going to work. What do I do now? And he's trying to come up with new ways of handling the situation, like totally on the fly.
How many supervillains did he play? This guy, Stephen Thorne. Did him, Omega? Who else?
Omega. Did he play not do the voice, but was he Sutek?
No,
not the voice. The voice was the voice was Gabriel Wolf, but was he the body of Sutek?
I really don't know. You should remember Atlantis. He sees it. They deal with it in a couple of stories from now, don't they?
Well, they've already done it in Underwater Menace, and Time Monster wouldn't be until the next season.
Right.
But I think he's implying that, well, yeah. I mean, there's 3 different fates for Atlantis in Doctor Who, so none of them really fit together. Although he's talking about Atlantis, I would have liked to hear Azal try that "Nothing in the world can stop me now" line.
I do like this like heat shimmer they put on it.
Yeah.
I love this effect. It's really, really good.
Yeah. And it is always consistent because, you know, he appears 3 times all total. And every time that he shrinks, it releases the energy, the excess energy in a heat wave. And every time he expands, it presents the cold front. So that is consistent throughout the story.
Yeah, don't pretend you care, Yates. We know what we know your game. That was awful what they did to his character.
Well, it was a good arc. I mean, it was a good dramatic arc for him. But I see what you're saying.
Still sad. Oh, yes, please.
Here's our special guest, Ted.
Bless him.
You know, it's so weird, you know, seeing scenes like that and after this whole story with Delgado standing there with the priest collar and everything. Because on the one hand, you're thinking, you know, it's so wrong for the master to be dressed up as a priest. But on the other hand, you're thinking Delgado looks just so perfect in that outfit. Yeah. So it's weird.
Yeah. But the master is the master of disguise. So
yeah,
that's basically what the master is, what he means.
Well, he's subversive, you know.
Yeah.
Which is bollocks.
Apparently, they had to do like a ton of takes of this scene where the doctor's explaining everything and kind of annoying Pertwee, apparently, because that scene required a lot of takes.
I love the Brigadier.
Yeah, I can't believe I didn't put together that Osgood and Osgood before. I was like,
yeah.
I don't know.
Well, leave it to Moffat to, you know, come up with a great idea like that. I actually think, you know, every time we talk about, you know, Capaldi, I think, and this is not an anti-Clara, anti-Jenna Coleman comment. I thought it would have been great for her to leave at the end of the first Capaldi season and then have Osgood as his companion for a season.
I think Osgood was shortchanged.
That would have been great.
I mean, I still think
in the audios, but on TV, like the Tom Baker scarf with the question marks,
very on the nose.
Just
yeah,
so
but I still think that. I mean, like the one that was killed off, I still think that was the Zygon. So,
yeah, okay.
I think she's still alive.
I don't think we're ever going to see it again. Like, really?
No, probably not. Probably not. But I still think, I mean, that was the whole point, isn't it? Like, there were two Osgoods. One was a Zygon. We didn't know which was which.
Right.
One got killed off. One's still alive. So it makes sense. But yeah, it's probably one of those open-ended things that will never be resolved. But yeah, her costume choices were a bit too on the nose, a bit too fanboy.
This effect here is great with the book.
Yeah. No, they went full out with the effects on this one.
Yeah, I mean, they're simple probably to do, but they look great.
Yeah. Sometimes that's the best, the simplest option.
Let's hide here behind this fully open grate where they don't stand a chance of seeing us. Yeah, you bet Pertwee loved doing that scene.
Yeah, he loves a bit of drive. Any vehicle he's into.
It was later. It was Terry Walsh that done most of his stunts.
Yeah, there you can really tell.
Yeah. But bearing in mind, most people who've been watching this on a much smaller screen and
yes, well, of course,
and in black and white, because most people have black and white TVs around this time.
That's right up there with that scene in View to a Kill, the Roger Moore movie, where he's in the car, and you can just tell every which way that that's not Roger Moore.
Yeah. Well, we watched. Is it The Spy Who Loved Me? Is that the one we watched?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can tell, when every time it's not Roger.
When that wasn't Roger jumping off the ravine. Union Jack flag parachute.
I loved Spy Who Loved Me. That's one of my favorite Moore movie.
It's one of my favorite ones.
For me, it's I mean, I love For Your Eyes Only and even Octopussy, but
it's a sheer joy. It's peak Roger Moore Bond, really.
Well, he was my doctor when I was not my doctor, my Bond when I was growing up, so that's why I will never not be fond of Roger Moore. I mean, I even can take View to a Kill.
Yeah, I mean, he was way past it, but it was still a fun movie. Grace Jones being Grace Jones.
Yeah. And actually, the one movie that if I had to pick one movie that's kind of like a rainy Sunday afternoon Bond, I would pick Moonraker.
Quality.
The master's like, why can't these primitives just do a simple job like killing the doctor?
I said obey me. Just do as you're bloody told. Obey. Crying out loud.
I know, you have one job. Obey. Can't you just do that? You had one job.
Oh, right. Yeah. Speaking of which... Wasn't she in Fawlty Towers? Got a feeling she was.
Was she?
I may be wrong.
Oh, are you thinking that she is Mrs.
No,
not who's
Mrs.
the lady who's what's her name? What name am I thinking of? Mrs.
Oh God.
With the bedding.
Yeah, with the vase.
Episode.
Yeah, no, not her. Not her.
Okay.
No. I might be wrong.
This Basil's wife, this smack on head.
May I ask what you expected to see out of a Torquay hotel window? The hanging gardens of Babylon, herds of wildebeest sweeping majestically.
Right, I've just about had it with you. I'm going to give you a damn good thrashing.
Is this a piece of your brain?
Let's just quote Faulty Towers from that.
I love it. I love it. That's my childhood.
Okay, now I'm not in Britain, but I want one of you guys to give us the history of Morris dancing.
We can't. No one understands it.
Or failing that, I want somebody to turn on their camera and actually try to do one.
Well, you got the maypole, so this is like a harvest thing, celebration of spring. So yeah, this is traditional fare.
Well, actually, I was hoping one of you guys could. I actually did a little bit of reading about it, but I heard that. So according to what the little tiny thing I read, apparently, and actually, it's still popular supposedly in like rural Britain. Really?
Morris dancing is a thing.
The bells ward off evil spirits, you know. So I think it's got something to do with that.
Yeah, they said it. Basically, what it is maybe not what we're seeing here, but in the genre of what it is we're seeing. Basically, they said it's a hybrid of old fertility customs, and it was also adapted partly from the dervishes, the dervish dancing seen by people returning from the Crusades. They would pass through areas in like Sufi areas in Persia or Turkey, and they would see them doing that whirling dance, which is where the term whirling dervish comes from.
Yeah.
So it was partially a hybrid. These Morris dances were a hybrid of the fertility rituals and then the kind of dervish dances that date back to the Crusades. And even Morris dancing, Morris comes from the word Moor, M-O-O-R-I-S-H.
Moorish. Yeah, that makes sense.
All I know is it is exactly like this and still goes on today. People
and like the way they tie up the maypole is in a particular pattern.
Right.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's a bit like when you strand hair, you know, when you weave hair. Yes.
If you haven't seen the movie The Wicker Man, you got to check it out.
Oh, with Christopher, was that with Christopher Lee in that one?
Yeah, Christopher Lee, Woodward.
Okay. Yeah. Now here, finally, Benton finally fights well.
Well,
for about a minute.
Right in the belly. Oh, nice one, girl.
Mr. Hawthorne comes in to save the day.
That was a bit of a weird edit.
Now I'm hoping that after this story, you know, they went through extensive. All the unit soldiers went through extensive combat retraining because they all get their ass handed to them in this story.
No, he's not planning. He has.
Every time I see his outfit, the guy with the gun, I always think of, you know, those old like Christmas trees you used to make like from magazines where at the end you pull it out and it becomes like a newspaper Christmas tree depending on how you cut it.
Yeah.
Yes, I know exactly what you mean. Yes.
With the answer to do with the witch is burn her?
Yes, exactly.
Throw her in the water and see if she floats?
That's right.
All right, so she was in Steptoe and Son, Love Thy Neighbor, The Young Ones, One Foot in the Grave, Ronnie Barker, The Life of Birds. So she's in quite a lot of 70s TV. So that's probably why I recognized her.
And to follow up what the father just said, you know, whenever I hear burn her, I automatically think of the Monty Python, burn her! Yeah. From Holy Grail.
Build a bridge out of her.
Very small.
We should do Holy Grail at some point.
Who knew that watching the Demons there would be so much talk of Monty Python all the way throughout?
It really is, isn't it?
Does have a Python-esque feel in places. I mean, like you can imagine the Morris dancers being in a skit.
That's right. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, I need to go back and watch. I need to get that Monty Python set and watch all the.
It's all on Netflix. I've got the ultimate box set.
I'm banning Netflix. Netflix is my banned thing now.
Yeah, I don't know. I think if you
don't want to get into it,
that,
but listen to Noel's stream yesterday with a lot of. We're not going to get into it. A lot of Noel and Bulls Trek's great discussion about why everybody should be banning Netflix.
Yeah, but if you're going to do that, you have to boycott everything from Hollywood. Yeah. Everything. You know? Yeah,
but let's not. I don't want to get into that. But just go back and listen to that. It was a great stream yesterday. That Bulls Trek had a lot of really great things to say about that.
It got my blood pressure up, so I'm thinking happy things today.
Oh no, of course. That's why. No, I don't want to divert too much into it, but people should go back and listen to that stream yesterday.
But this is why I like having a massive physical media collection, because I don't have to adhere to what's on Netflix or Prime. Yeah. I can watch whatever I want, whenever I want.
Mm. See, I got one step better than a physical media collection. I then ripped my physical media onto a home server. So I got my home Netflix with everything I like on it.
That's right.
That's the way to live, baby. Only way to roll.
And then Rabbi convinces all of his neighbors to subscribe to him and his service instead of to pay him the $20 a month.
See, I prefer the discs in the actual player, but I'm a videophile snob.
The only thing is, like, after a few years, they will start to degrade. That's the problem.
Now, for anybody who cares, Benton is using a Walther P38, which is similar but not exactly the Bond gun.
But here's the thing. DVD and Laserdisc, yes, they're subject to disc rot. Blu-ray and 4K, it's a completely different coating. If you actually look at a Blu-ray, it's very difficult to even scratch it. So Blu-rays and 4K discs will, as long as you store them properly, will last roughly 60 to 100 years on average. So your Blu-rays and 4Ks are pretty much indestructible. Your DVDs, not so much.
Yeah.
DVDs, although I got DVDs that are from the late 90s that still play perfectly fine.
Yeah.
I have a few DVDs that have suffered from disc separation and rot, but you don't have that with Blu-ray unless the disc itself is defective.
And actually, speaking of DVDs, just this week I got the newly released Blu-ray remasters of the two Peter Cushing films, each in their own set, and there's some good new commentaries with Mark Gatiss and Rob Shearman, and some good behind the scenes. And so I know Bulls Trek, it's Region 1, so I know it'll be available in Canada.
And they've added the Doctor Who movies to BritBox as well.
I have to order them from Amazon.com. Because for some reason, and this happens a lot with some of the boutique labels, I can't find it anywhere on Amazon.ca. So I'm going to get them sometime this fall.
Actually, I got mine on the company that sends them out is Kino Lorber, KINOLORBER. I ordered them directly from them. So yeah.
Kino, actually, they're one of the only boutique labels that ever goes on sale in the bargain bin. I don't think they'll. I've gotten a lot of my Kino collection. I paid $5 or $10 for.
Yeah, but they did a really good job on the remaster. It looks great.
I do have to get those. Do they come with slipcovers?
No, mine didn't.
That's good because it won't be time sensitive then.
Mr. Darker says that's not Bessie, it's Christine.
Right, so are we ready to get the final part on?
Yeah, but listen, I'm going to let you guys get started. Then I'm going to have to go. I'm afraid.
How's your chicken, Noel?
Yeah, Noel, where's that picture?
Yeah, I'll show you. I'm using the phone, but Cheryl did take a picture of it.
I got a one up, Noel. I've got chicken stew in the slow cooker right now. That's what I was doing.
And speaking of which, Bulls Trek, we're supposed to see some pictures of the of the dishwasher.
The miracle of engineering. Yes, I got to show how much noise the thing doesn't make. It is. I have dishes that I've had for 20 years that have never looked this clean. The thing's insane.
That's Bosch for you.
Yep.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, although the guy that renovated this house, the way the dishwasher, if it needs to be replaced or fixed, knock on wood, I have to either take my countertop off or rip off my floor.
Oh, for feck's sake.
Yikes.
Although the plumbing is going through the floor, so through the basement, so I can fix that. So I'm hoping that Bosch reputation holds up because I don't want to destroy my brand new floor or countertop.
German engineering, baby.
Oh, but this thing is freaking nuts. I'm like, I actually get excited to do the dishes. And I'm like, oh, there it goes. I'm like, and then you put your ear up to it. I'm like, my God, there's a hurricane going on in there. But you can hear it. And then you open it up, like the dishes are brand new. That's not like these massive old beer stein things that I use for my my Coke, the drink, not the other stuff. So I've got that. These things, I could never get them clean, even with my old portable dishwasher. I put them in the Bosch, brand new. I've also got this tin like utensil holder, and it's always had this. The price tag had always been like seared to the bottom, and every few months I put it through the dishwasher to keep it clean. Oh no, put it through the Bosch. No sign of the sticky bottom. I'm like not even residue. I'm like, God damn.
Although, now that I think about it, Bullstrike, it would be odd if you actually did a video about that because, as you yourself say, everybody tunes in your videos to see you kind of be angry and upset about things. You would be irredeemably positive about it. So we'd be watching nothing but a positive Bullstrike. I don't know that we'd be able to handle that.
If you go back to my older videos, I actually have me unboxing lawnmowers. There are actually 2 lawnmower unboxing videos on my channel from like 11 or 12 years ago.
Oh, for God.
I think I also have one of unboxing a coffee maker.
Wow. You really did have an exciting life back then, didn't you?
I did,
Before the joys of Twitter and YouTube.
I tell you.
I had a happy channel for 10 years.
Sadako in the chat says he always. Sadako in the chat says he always loved the evil washing machines in Danger Mouse.
Yeah.
Yes, I forgot about that. Yes.
We got to
about this dishwasher. I would never I looked it up. It's worth $2,500 and it's brand new. So, but I would never in my right mind spend $2,500 on anything that wasn't my ROG. But other than that, I'd be buying like the $500 dishwasher. So I'm like, I have a rich person's dishwasher, which I never would have bought myself, but because it's here, it's awesome. So I can pretend I'm, I guess.
Yeah, well, here's the thing: if that one was to break down, I guarantee you'd go out and buy the same one again.
No, man,
that's the thing about it.
I could never bring myself to spend
dishwasher. You can't go back to the crappy dishwashers.
I think Rabbi wants to go.
Yeah, I think Rabbi has to go.
Yeah, give your channel a quick shout out. What you've up and coming on the channel. I know you're here tomorrow anyway, but
I don't know, just the normal crap.
Served to you from another planet.
I'm sorry?
I says go and check out Rabbi's channel for more crap.
More crap from another planet.
There's going to be a lot more of, oh boy, did that age badly videos. I got a ton of those to do now.
Oh,
people sending me a bunch of stuff. Oh, you know what I'm thinking of doing? The one where they had the Time Lady woman on Newsnight. That's aged really badly when Judy was announced.
Oh god.
Oh, okay.
Wasn't it the Siska from the Time Ladies?
Well, you've got 2 of them. You've got Beth, and then you've got the other one. I don't know.
Yeah, there's the other one. The other one's on Newsnight talking about.
I think the other one kind of keeps out of all the drama. The other one just likes being in the drama and then plays victim and moves off crying.
I wonder where the phrase drama queen comes from. Okay, fine. I'm going to have to bounce. Good night, everybody. Good night.
Thanks, Rabbi.
we've got a $10 super chat from Alpha Omega, and I think it's in relation to Ballstreck's dishes. He says, "Well, someone's got to do it." Smiley face.
I don't do it. The Bosch does it.
Yeah,
And very well.
I got to make one observation from the last episode. Again, another Monty Python reference that came to mind during the maypole dance was I was hoping somebody would whip out a fish and start.
Yeah, the fish slapping dance. Yeah.
Oh yeah, one last story about the dishwasher before we go on.
No
so
problem.
I also have this roasting pan that I cook chicken in. I've had it for a few years, and it's had like burnt like crap on the bottom that's been there for years. And no matter how hard I tried, I would soak it; it would never go away.
Yeah.
The Bosch got rid of that.
Wow.
So it made you. I know I'm the same with my trays.
That's worth $2,500.
Chicken.
Yeah.
And after you keep cooking chicken in the same tray, it does build up, even though no matter how much you clean it. There's
Yeah.
No, man, you get a $2,500 Bosch dishwasher, you're golden. I'm I've got a cookie tray. I've had this thing for like 5 years. It also had stuff on it that I could never get off. Nope. Outside of being a little bit brown, I got a brand new cookie tray. Like on it, this is like the coolest thing ever.
Ballstreck's like a kid on Christmas morning talking about his dishwasher.
And you want to give Ballstreck some free merchandise for the plug that he's plugging your product, go and check it out there.
And if you have a Husky, Dyson vacuum cleaner, which I did get for 50% off.
Dyson's shite.
But, oh man, I've had this thing for 3 years. Yeah, Lexi's fur is so thick, she destroyed 7 vacuums prior to the Dyson in 8 years. So
I
it's
think
like including a pistol. Dyson.
No.
Okay, I'm going to keep us on track. I think
I've got a Bosch vacuum cleaner.
Ballstreck's graduated to the countdown person now. So.
Oh yeah.
So actually, this is the first 2 weeks in a row.
This is the final one now, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
Right. Oh, and Rabbi is not here, but this was the final Classic Who for 2 weeks. So I just want to thank Rabbi actually for all the classic trailers for up until now. Obviously, he will continue when he comes back, but we might as well give him a shout out for them because he's done a great job on those trailers that have been thrown up. So thank you, Rabbi, and enjoy our 2 weeks off. So yeah. It's customary on this channel. If Ballstreck is here and Rabbi leaves, Ballstreck is now promoted to countdown.
That's right.
Leader. So, does anybody else want to add on about the episode that we just watched, or are we all okay to carry on?
No,
we're
heading into the final lap.
Right. Well, let's get it on like Donkey Kong. Go ahead.
Okay, here we go. The substitute countdown angry person is here. Le cinq, le quatre, le trois, le deux, le un. Can't cancel a null.
There you go. Say something like that. It's always cancel me, isn't it? Well, they've tried. God love them.
I haven't been on Twitter today. I'm like the only person. I'm proud of myself. I can completely disconnect from social media and not go insane. I did it for most of the summer.
I was just thinking, now that Rabbi is gone, this stream's kind of like, one of those Irwin Allen disaster movies. We keep losing people along the way. It's like, how many people are we going to have left by the final scene?
I come in and people leave.
No, not that. But in all those disaster movies,
it does
keep
seem to be a
dropping off
trait.
as the movie goes on.
So someone in the chat suggests that we send Ballstreck all of our dishes.
That's right.
I've got a shitload that needs.
And then he'll send them back.
How well do you think they'd survive the trip?
They wouldn't survive very long, would they?
And could you imagine how much it would cost to send them here?
I know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, really quickly, while we're in this scene, just think about how, Christopher Barry, how well done this scene is. Compare it to the robot scene, robot episode 4, holding the little dinky Sarah, where whole sections of the robot's feet are missing. Bravo to Christopher Barry for a great effect shot of the demon expanding without any wobbles or anything.
Yeah, it was good.
One thing that I think the film problems with the source material of this actually add to the story. Maybe it's just me. It has such a gritty look to it, but it matches.
Yeah. And you know what, Bullstruck, when initially when the Demons came out on DVD, people were going, well, I've only ever experienced this story in black and white. It actually works better in black and white. I actually, I don't know. I mean, I kind of, if we have it in color, I'm glad we can watch it in color because, we have the Master's robes, all those shots with the red tint in the cavern. I think that
I'm like that with the Mind of Evil, because up until 2013, most of us had only ever seen that in black and white, and I find that story works brilliantly in black and white. And that, it was exciting when they colorized it. But what I actually wish they would have done with that DVD release is on an extra disc, include the original black and white. It's actually that story. When I watch the DVD, I turn the color off on my TV because I have to watch it in black and white.
Well, it takes place in a prison, so it does work well in black and white.
Same thing with Doctor Who and the Silurians. It was hard getting used to seeing that one in color.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Mind of Evil, I think, is definitely in my top 3 Pertwees. I love Mind of Evil.
Got to show you pretty cool that just jumped up on Twitter. It's classic Who related. It's actually Patrick Troughton. Someone has actually gone through all the trouble of colorizing Enemy of the World.
That I'd be interested to see it as a novelty. But Troughton and Hartnell have to be in black and white.
Yeah.
Yeah, so always good to have an option, but as you said, like as a curiosity rather than a fixture.
See,
I even watched. I think I mentioned it last week during our Enemy of the World. I even watched my first pass on the animations is in black and white.
Yeah. Well, I'm a film purist. If it's black and white, it should stay black and white. And actually, in some ways, I prefer black and white to color, mainly because I hate anything that's current. The older, the more I'll like it.
Well, because those shows that shot with black and white, it's not just a case of they're missing the color. I mean, the directors, the directors compose the shots and the lighting and everything for black and white. It's not just the fact that it's missing color.
Even the makeup is designed for black and white.
But I think I've said this before, but if you want to check out the best black and white restoration I've ever seen, the original Twilight Zone series, you actually have to see the restorations to believe it. The episodes, and they're from the 50s, but they look like they were filmed yesterday, just in black and white. It is absolutely amazing. So these were the scenes that made the Listener and Viewers Association and Mary Whitehouse kind of grumpy.
Oh, the fact that Joe's going to be sacrificed?
If you look at it, if say if you don't know what's going on, you have a satanic sacrifice.
Yes.
Which in the early 70s, I guess if I'm seeing it from their perspective, maybe I could see why they were grumpy a little bit. It's tame now, but we're watching this 5 decades later.
So there you go. That was a little brief look at what it looked like in color there. To be honest, I prefer Troughton's era.
Yes, absolutely.
Anyway, and I do agree with what a lot of you are saying. The stories that were in black and white, they obviously made allowances for that with makeup and all the lighting and stuff like that. So, I mean, it's nice to have. I do agree, though. It is nice to have it as an option. I mean, when I watch the animations, I watch them in black and white. I don't watch the color animations because I prefer the Troughton stories in black and white.
Yeah.
I remember being absolutely disgusted when they colorized It's a Wonderful Life and Miracle on 34th Street. That was so wrong. In fact, I think I threw out the colorized version of both discs. I'm a snob. Sorry, guys.
No, I mean, I love black and white. Everything should be in its original form. That's right.
And when you're and this trend that they've done with a few things, they did it with Buffy horrifically. I don't think you can't even find those HD upscales anymore, but it needs to be in the original aspect ratio. Buffy, they cut off half the screen.
Yeah, because everything's been framed with great care and
yeah. I'm like, if it's
missing.
4:3, it needs to be 4:3. If it's 16:9, it needs to be 16:9.
Even before they started releasing, even like in the old VHS days, even before they started releasing the rare times when they would have it letterboxed, pan and scan used to drive me nuts.
Well, I remember in the earlier days of DVD when they'd have the widescreen and the full screen option. The full screen option just made me feel dirty.
Now, the fact that this guy would be talking to a stone gargoyle and go, "No, don't kill me. I'm a friend." It's like, no, you're too dumb to live. So.
I love Brigadiers, just unflappable. Damn it, man, get on with it.
And you know, I think it's really clever writing. The fact that basically he's been cut off from the action basically for the whole story, and yet he's still kind of an integral part of the story.
So is there any black and white Who stories that would work better in color than your last?
Nope.
No, none of them.
I am outside of a novelty. I don't want to see any black and white Doctor Who in color officially.
Okay, now really quickly, this scene we're seeing right here, I just want to let you know about it. We're talking about effects, this heat barrier. Apparently this was filmed with a metal hoop that was covered in tinsel, and then it was shot through a lens that they'd applied Vaseline to kind of blur the image. And that's how you get that.
Brilliant.
Image. That's what they did with the heat barrier.
That is great. I mean, it really does. That works even now, you know.
I'm assuming that, and then CSO.
So yeah, we got the whole idea of the fact that the demons have been around for 100,000 years and they were responsible for seeding and guiding mankind. That's right out of Quatermass in the Pit.
Yeah.
But it actually, these scenes are, if you're a kid watching this in 1972, this episode specifically actually is kind of scary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it is. You know, and it's funny. Isn't it funny, Bullstrike, how, and everybody on the panel, how, you know, this story above all others has been made cozy. It's like, you know, we have the 5 rounds rapid, we have all this, and we've kind of cozied it down. But you're right. I mean, if you look at it free of all that, it really is one of the scarier Pertwees.
Well, I mean, you have to also bear in mind, as a kid back in the day, I mean, I don't remember this when it came out because it was before my time, but I mean, even the Tom Baker era, early Davison era, things like that were still kind of scary and creepy because there was nothing to compare it to. I mean, nowadays, I mean, any modern audience watching this would just laugh at Bok and laugh at these things and think it's silly.
Yeah.
But I mean, back then there was nothing to compare it to. This was standard fare, you know, in terms of effects or men in silly costumes and things. I mean, unless you watch even the massive Hollywood movies at the time had dodgy effects.
And you know what? And you watch it once and it was gone, and you didn't have any hope of ever watching it again.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's like anything historical, I always watch it from the perspective of when it was made.
And most TV shows at the time were kind of like play of the day. You know, they were acted as if they were stage plays.
Yeah, and I think that's part of what gives it its charm.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't have the hyper realism that we have today. You know.
Now, bear in mind this scene that we just now saw. This is the first time actually that Pertwee and the Master have been in the same scene in this entire story, and we're halfway into the final episode.
Oh, it's like Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan. You don't realize that Kirk and Khan are never in a scene together.
That's true.
They didn't even film together.
Yeah. Wasn't there supposed to be like one scene that they'd written because they wanted to fix that with having Kirk beam down? They had a quick confrontation scene, and then they beam back up because they tried to put the two of them together, but it just didn't work.
No, I think the Starship dogfight works best. And I'll get back. I'm going to check on my stew.
Hey guys, like Brigadier Junior.
5 rounds rapid.
5 rounds
and you
rapid.
will dispose of this appalling chap. Oh dear, nothing.
I'm so glad this story was filmed in the 70s and not the 80s, because had it been a film with the 80s, you would have had bright lighting, everything would have been overlit.
Yeah.
You would have what?
No darkness or mystery to it at all.
Yeah, true.
Because most of the Peter Davison stories, they're mostly set in studios, and you can see that they're studio lights.
You can almost imagine, though, this is a Tom Baker story, you know, with the master being the cowled master from
the
Deadly Assassin.
Yeah.
Well, like, you know, Warriors of the Deep, which is, I think the story, I mean, it has a lot of faults, but it would have been helped immeasurably by lighting like this.
Yeah. Yeah, it was very brightly lit.
And I love Pertwee's line where he said, "No, I realized from the second I walked through that door, I was dead." I mean, that's a great line.
But Pertwee was always a chief negotiator to negotiate peace and balance throughout the universe, and he always finds the rightful solution to the problem. And I think that's quite the Doctor.
Yeah.
Well, the Master is on the dark side. He's I was told by spirituality that the Master is the lower chakras, while the Doctor is the higher self chakras, the most evolved.
I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah. Sounds crazy, but it's kind of true.
I order you to kill him.
It's like this whole story, the Master never tries to take care of the Doctor himself. He's basically ordered every other person in the whole village to try to kill the Doctor.
See, they're basically frenemies, or you could say that, and they basically cannot come to killing each other, and that's just the funny thing throughout the whole show.
Yeah. Well, you know, the initial plan for Pertwee's final story before Roger Delgado's tragic death was
the final game.
They were going to the final game, which was basically the final confrontation between the Doctor and the Master. And
have you heard Black Glove Studios' version of that?
I have not.
Yeah, look it up on YouTube.
Okay.
I've recently done a Sarah Jane adventure with them playing.
What's the name?
Black Glove Studio, and it's the final game.
Is that what they go by on YouTube?
And they got a guy who voices Delgado's Master brilliantly, and the guy who does Pertwee's voice is also really good.
Yeah, because I know the initial it was going to be the Master died, the Doctor regenerates, but you're never really sure if the Master was trying to save the Doctor or not. But
it was going to be that the Master and the Doctor were the same being. The Doctor was the ego, while the Master was the ID, sort of thing. The Master, they're basically the yin to the yang.
Do you think that would have worked though? Do you think that would have worked like as a television story?
Well, it really depends on how it's going to be received by the viewers.
Well, I
'Cause
mean,
it's
it
dependent on
sounds
the
like it'd
viewers.
be a concept if it was going to be the final Doctor Who story.
Yeah.
But as just another pause, as another
Oof.
kind of finale, and then you have to keep the show itself going.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? How would they incorporate that then going forward
Yeah, I don't
after
know.
Pertwee? But
It'd
it's
be
interesting. It's interesting to think about.
Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah.
And then later
Well,
on,
you can actually
it
go
was
and listen to it.
speculated-
You know, check it out on the Black Cloud Studio.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Sadako in the chat was right. He says, I believe in the final game, the Master ended up blowing himself up with it left ambiguous, whether he did it by accident or to save the Doctor. Yeah, that you want to leave it ambiguous. It's always been ambiguous.
Yeah, I think that might have been the end of the Master's character.
Yeah.
Yeah. But later on, it was the Valiard that was the amalgamation of the Doctor's dark side, so that kind of overrules that out.
The only thing I would say is that I think ever since Delgado, I mean, Beavers and Pratt's Master, better in Big Finish, and Anthony Ainley's Master was sort of a continuation of Delgado in a way. But really, I don't think after Delgado left, I don't think they've ever quite gotten the Master right. I think Anthony Ainley is probably the only relative sort of continuation.
What do you guys think about this, the way that the story, what's going on here, basically where, he short circuits because Jo wants to sacrifice herself?
That's interesting.
Because clearly you'd think if the demons have been guiding humankind for 100,000 years, they'd be familiar with the concept of self-sacrifice, because in a way that's kind of how some species survive and evolve, by not putting themselves for, you know what I mean? It's just something to think about.
See, the demon couldn't understand why a human would sacrifice for an advanced being like the Doctor. So it doesn't make sense. So that's basically it destroying itself.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So it's
run away.
That's a good concept for it. And wait till you
now,
see
somebody actually.
That's pretty good.
Somebody actually did call into the BBC. I mean, to complain that the BBC would blow up an actual church, and they had to be told that no, it was just a model.
Brilliant.
With classic Doctor Who, I feel there's more depth in them than there is with New Who.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's me, but I find them intelligently written.
Oh, it's not just you, because it's true.
Yep.
Because you had writers who were not just grounded in science fiction, whatever. They were bringing probably a breadth of writing in a lot of different areas to this. And so, it was just, and that was really a key thing of the Pertwee era. You had a good bank of writers they used over and over. Robert Sloman for the season enders like this one, Malcolm Hulk, Bob Baker and Dave Martin. It was like a stable of really reliable writers that knew this era up.
Robert Holmes.
Exactly.
I think Robert Holmes and Terrence Dicks are two of the best writers in the history of television.
Yeah.
And that's what really makes the Pertwee era. And I think that why it's very cohesive, because with Tom Baker throughout the course, you had 4 different showrunners, because it was actually Barry Letts produced the first episode because it was filmed right after.
So Doctor 24 says New Who was so desperate to be popular went really Philistine. I think that's a very accurate way of describing it.
But what I was going to say is what really holds the Pertwee era together is you had the same script editor and the same producer throughout its entire run.
Well, the script editor had more power back then, and Terrence Dicks and Robert Holmes, people like that, they actually had a lot more influence. They were kind of like showrunners in their own right, really.
Yeah. Well, the two of them had such a good working relationship.
Yeah, and the fact that Barry Letts was a good writer on his own. I mean, he co-wrote this story, so it wasn't absolutely.
Well, that's how I think it works better than having a showrunner with a single vision, and I think because it ultimately steers it in one direction, and it becomes almost a godlike mentality. And I think that's pretty dangerous. And I think that why Classic Who works is because you do have all those very disparate writers who have very differing opinions and differing views and differing ideas, and it coalesces around great storytelling.
Now, really quickly, while we're on this scene, is of course, when they were filming this scene, a lot of the kids in the crowd there and a lot of the adults were actually cheering for the Master because they loved him so much. And Christopher Barry had to come over and go, no, I really need you to boo him as he's driving by.
I've seen films where kids would be down there asking for their autographs. I mean,
what I would like to have seen in this, with all the evil that was going on, like for it to look like it was darker outside, rather than all blue skies and sunny. It would have been nice if it was all dark and like it was nighttime.
Here's the other immortal line from this story.
I'm sure this is a story where the last
and this is why he's the dandy doctor.
And this kind of is like there is still, what does he say, there is still love in the world.
This is why Doctor Who is a fundamentally and profoundly British institution.
Yay.
And one thing about Barry Letts, a lot of people may not even know this, but during Tom Baker's last season, the buck didn't stop with JNT. Barry Letts technically was showrunner for that one season. If you look at it, he was the one time the classic series had an executive producer, because the BBC didn't quite trust what JNT was going to do. So Barry Letts technically oversaw the whole thing, but again, the man was such a class act. He's like, I'll just let you do whatever you want.
See, I was thinking earlier this week that I would actually, given my druthers, not that I'm an expert on television production, but I would actually think that after whatever rest they need to give the show right now, I would actually like to see that exact same situation occur, to where you have somebody who's kind of like a young Turk, like a Philip Hinchcliffe, young Turk, come in with an idea that it is different, but that still fits in the milieu of the show to do it, and then have also at the same time an executive producer, maybe Hinchcliffe himself, to kind of backstop it. So you have that same kind of season 18 setup. That's actually what I'd like to see for whenever they decide to fix this show now.
Yeah.
It's I'd love to see it. The problem is Hinchcliffe's in his 70s now, but I think it's one of the things that kind of irritated me with New Who when he was younger, because he was in his late 50s when the show came back. I'm like, why didn't you bring him in even to advise?
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I don't want him back as the showrunner. I want him back as the advised, as the Barry Letts
that's
advisor.
what I mean. And the thing you'll notice about Philip Hinchcliffe, if you watched his interview in the Tom Baker set, it was subtle, but he is not happy with what they've done.
Oh yeah,
you could tell in just little lines he was giving. He hates what they've done to the show.
Yeah. So, Father, what did you think?
I thought it was great. I mean, it just brings back a lot of memories from childhood. Because as I mentioned to some on the panel, growing up in Iowa, we used to have it on every Friday night on PBS, and it wasn't just one episode; it was the whole story arc. So as a kid, that was the only night I got to stay up. I stayed up to maybe 12:30 at night, watching Doctor Who.
Yep, that was Saturday nights for me. PBS lived in Canada, but PBS Detroit, WTVS.
Did they have the Stargazer on before yours?
No, they had Red Dwarf.
Okay. we had the Stargazer, and then
what's the Stargazer?
Jack, he just died. He was a guy from Florida, would always get up and talk about like the big happenings in the sky.
Okay.
Whether it was a comet or a planet lining up.
That's cool.
Yeah, it was. I mean, Friday night was sci-fi night. So after Doctor Who or before it was Red Dwarf too, I remember.
Nice.
That's why I always associate Red Dwarf with Doctor Who, because they WTVS started Red Dwarf in '88 with the show. So that was my Saturday night. At 11 o'clock, you'd have Red Dwarf. Then you'd have their intros, and then you'd have after that an hour and a half omnibus version of Doctor Who, and that was my Saturday night for years.
Mm-hmm. And the thing is, as I said on Gary's stream, I think I was the only kid at the time watching Doctor Who in my school.
I was. I wouldn't even admit I watched Doctor Who.
But when I was teaching during the Tenet era, I mean, it wasn't uncommon for some of my kids to be watching it so that we get in discussions about it. But now, I think
nobody watches it.
Nobody watches it.
Well, I think I've told you the story because it was actually my dad that got me into Doctor Who originally, because he started watching in the 70s on TV Ontario with John Pertwee. And so so just as a kid, that's why one of my earliest memories is watching Destiny of the Daleks. And we'd get the newer episodes every Saturday night at 7:30. So for years, I'd watch it with my dad, and then PBS, they'd play the older episodes. So that's where I watched a lot of the Pertwee and older Tom Baker stories. So my dad's a perfect example. He watched the entire run. He watched most of New Who up until he stopped watching partway through Matt Smith's run. Just for some reason stopped watching it until he watched this past year. And which episode was it? Was the Praxius. Yeah, that's the one that he watched. So he asked me, yes, I watched Doctor Who. I'm like, what do you think, Dad? What the hell did they do to that show? I'm like,
yeah.
It's the same thing with Critical Drinker, because he'd been watching it, but he stopped watching through Matt Smith's run. So I convinced him to watch Arachnids in the UK. I'm like, no, dude, you have no idea how bad this is watched. So you went from early Matt Smith and then picked it up with Arachnids in the UK. And his video is still up there. I believe he curses me at the beginning for making him watch it. But the perspective of somebody that missed it and then got dropped partway through Jodie's run. Well, my dad, what the hell did they do to this show?
Yeah.
Watch my video.
One of the complaints I had during Matt Smith's run, and I don't know if anybody else irritated anybody else, but he always would come up with names for people: the Impossible Girl, the Girl Who Waited, the Roman Soldier, or whatever Rory's title was, and it just...
That's Moffat trying to be clever. Yeah. When Moffat does clever well, it's amazing. When it doesn't fall flat, it's horrible.
Yeah.
The Matt Smith era lost a lot of people at the series arc in season 6. I don't think anybody, including Moffat, has any idea what's going on in The Wedding of River Song. But that's where he lost a lot of people. He was too clever for his own good. Yeah. And he'd set these arcs up, and he had no idea what to do with them.
Moffat's concepts for arcs were great, but he just didn't know how to stick the landing.
Yeah. He had all these threads, loose ends, never tied up in a pretty bow ever, and he was just left hanging. And his get out clause was always the same argument: allow the viewer to make up their own mind. And it's just like and use their imagination. It's like, no, that's your job.
I always thought it was a fundamental, mistake to try to construct an arc. Speaking of season 6. About the Doctor dying, because we know that's not going to happen. So then it just becomes nothing but there's no implicit threat or jeopardy. It just becomes a waiting game and a mental trying to figure out the puzzle of how he's going to get out of it. So it's like he's constructed in an arc by its very nature, has no real threat or jeopardy. I don't know what he was thinking by doing that.
I'll tell you before we go into the ratings.
Yeah.
I'll sum up what the problem with the Moffat and Moffat's standalone episodes are brilliant, but here's Moffat, and not to slight the guy, but he kind of missed what the show was about, because Moffat, every arc was about the Doctor. Who's the Doctor? So whereas the show is not necessarily supposed to be about the Doctor, it's about what the Doctor experiences, and that's why it got old. Through Smith and Capaldi, because every year it was about the Doctor. I'm like, okay, just do something different. Of course, now we'd give anything to go back to that. Exactly. But that's where Moffat missed it. Whereas RTD had the perfect mix, where yes, you delved into the Doctor, but it was about the Doctor's adventures. Yeah, and that's why the eras that worked the best was RTD and Hinchcliffe Holmes.
I agree. Another super chat from Alpha Omega. thanks again, by the way. It's a $10 super thanks. It's another great watch along. Much fun. Thank you very much. I've asked everybody in the chat for the ratings, so they're going up. I'll throw them up on the screen as I get them coming in. But I'm going to get everybody on the panel's opinion. So we got a new. The way we do it now is that I remove everybody and just leave the person that wants to give their thoughts, so nobody gets interrupted. Give their rating, and then we move on to the next person. Then we bring us all back then for one brief little final thoughts on it, and then we'll move briefly and very quickly on to the latest Doctor Who news. Obviously, that's dropped during the week, and then we'll leave it at that. But we will start with Lee because you are first. So I'm going to remove the rest of it. So Lee, and then it'll be Retro Doc, Bold Strek in that order. Then we got Super John, and then the Nerd Father, and then I'll give my rating. So we will start with Lee. So I'm going to remove everybody.
I got removed.
Good work, Noel.
Boomered. Oh dear.
Oh, hey.
Hey. Oh, bye. Yeah. Well, hello. It's my pretty logo again. Yeah. This for me is peak Pertwee. It's got Delgado's Master. It's got an English village. It's got Joe Grant being Joe Grant. It's got the Brigadier. It's got Yates. It's got Benton. It's got Bessie. It's got a helicopter. It's got explosions. It's got a man in a box suit and a growing demon and blowing up church and all sorts. And it's a classic, and we all know it's a classic. It's one of those that we just can't ever get enough of. I mean, it's one of those quintessential Doctor Who stories. Pertwee is just absolutely magnificent in this, and Delgado is absolutely magnetizing. It's just like pulls you in, and you will obey. And it's wonderful. You know, it's one of those the absolute classic shows. And for me, my rating is 9.5 out of 10. That's me. You're on. Retro Doc, you're on.
It's actually Retro Doc, not me.
No, it's you. Go on. Whoever's name pops up on the screen, talk. Pay attention, folks.
All right. I would give this episode this serial a 10 out of 10. It is one of the best of the Pertwees, and it's got a lot of action in it, and it's got great writing in it, and it's very, very intelligently written. The Master, played by Roger Delgado, is very sinister in this, and you can see it in his performances in that. And John Pertwee is on the top of it forever. And in the episode, he shines very well in it. It's one of the episodes I'd probably watch again and again, as with all classic Who, because there's a lot in it. For me, a lot of intelligent, written scripts and that, and great acting. Yeah, I give it a 10 out of 10.
Okay, I will go with. I was thinking about going 9.5, but you know what? I'm going to go with 10 because I think that it's my favorite Doctor, my favorite era of the classic show. I think that everything that we remember most fondly about the Pertwee era is here in this episode. We have the unit family. We have the Master in Delgado's best appearance in the series. We have, Pertwee at his, 50% charming, 50% insufferable ass mode. And, we have Bessie helping to capture the Master. It's the right length. There's not a lot of padding. It's very pacey. There's helicopters flying. There's motorcycles racing, chasing cars. Everybody's running or falling or whatever. It's like nobody stops moving in this episode. So it's really, really great. So yeah, as a snapshot of the Pertwee era, this is unmatched. It's the best ensemble piece in the entire era. I wish we'd gotten more like this. We got them to a lesser extent in The Time Monster, the next season, and The Green Death, but nothing like this, where everybody in the ensemble had a really meaty role, did well. It was kind of like, as I said at the beginning, this is what Unit does on their weekends. We have, the kind of casual aspect. The Pertwee era would be much less if this story weren't part of it. So for all those reasons, I give it 10 out of 10.
So, as I was saying before, I grew up watching Doctor Who. Tom Baker's my doctor. Love Petrie. Love Troughton. And one of the things that hit me as I'm just thinking of what to say is that even though it's probably been 30 years since I've seen this episode, I still enjoyed it. I signed up when Disney Plus started, and the reason was because I wanted to watch movies I grew up with. Kingsman Spaceman at King Arthur's Court is an example. But again, that would be one that I saw 30 years ago, and it sucks. But Doctor Who, the episodes I watch, it still is as good today as it was back then. So for this episode, I would give it a 9. For those that know me, Inferno is my favorite Petrie episode. The reason I say that is because it's the one I remember from when I watched it as a kid.
Well, damn. Noel has given the Trigger Train control of his channel. Hello, everyone. The Demons/Daemons. This is peak Pertwee, right in the middle of his run. If you're looking for something that really defines the Pertwee era, and I think the best Pertwee seasons are the first 3, I think there's a certain magic that's encapsulated in those seasons that is epitomized in this episode. Performance-wise, this is, again, Pertwee at his best. And he, like I said earlier, and what others have said, he has the perfect mix of being the charming, condescending ass, but being the heroic doctor that we love. What really makes this story, though, is Roger Delgado. And Delgado is, out of all the masters, out of all the actors that we've had that have played the Master over the years, Delgado, the original, was the only one that got it right. Every other Master following, well, maybe the Skeletor Masters are a different story, but every Master after that, starting with Ainley, hammed up the role a little too much. Whereas Delgado, he's got that charming malevolence, but there's an air of sophistication that none of the Masters following him actually really, not to the same extent, they didn't possess what Delgado had. And what I've always loved about this episode is the Master as a cult leader. And I think Delgado could also be the most terrifying of every iteration of the Master. So again, this is perfect Pertwee. I would say it's in my top 3 to 5 Pertwee stories. Overall, Doctor Who, this is definitely in my top 10. And I have done this with a lot of episodes that we've watched, mainly because we've watched a lot of my favorites. And actually, I was the one that picked this one. I will follow the lead, and I will give this a 10 out of 10. There are perfect Doctor Who stories. Tomb of the Cybermen, just being another example. One of the first ones, I believe it was the first one we watched. But there are episodes or stories that epitomize and are a perfect reflection of eras. I think Pyramids of Mars, just as another example, is a story that perfectly epitomizes the Hinchcliffe Holmes era. But this is 10 out of 10. And I will give it back to Noel, but I guess I will finish this off with thank you for watching. As always, hello, Noel. I was giving my clothes off, dude.
He's taking his clothes off. What?
Clothes off. And that's it for today.
Noel stepped right on Bull's Trek's great exit.
Don't forget to follow me on Parler and troll me on Twitter. And as always, everyone, thank you for watching. Have a great day. Cancel Noel. He sucks.
I have to agree with Bolstrek entirely about his summation of Delgado's master. He's never been Becky called on that.
Listen, I agree with Father Miller. I love Inferno as well.
Yeah, that's my favorite Doctor Who story, period.
I will have to give this a 10 out of 10 as well. And I do agree with everything you said about the Master. There's nothing else I can add that everybody else hasn't already added about this story. It's a classic Who story. It's one of those that, you know, I didn't do too much talking. In fairness, I was kind of cooking, but at the same time, like, if I wasn't, I would have been engrossed in this anyway, because, you know, it's one of those that from the very first minute to the very last, it keeps you sucked in. So yeah, Pertwee's era is one of my favorites, as you know. So any story from him will put a smile on my face, even the bad ones.
I do really quickly want to say about Ainley that I think my favorite two Ainley stories, one is, the first is Planet of Fire, because they finally got him into an actual suit, and out of that lame fairy tale high collared, you know, thing that he wore throughout.
I love that costume.
And well, I just, because Planet of Fire reminded me really of, I felt he was channeling Delgado really in that story, and I also loved him in Survival. Those are the
that's
two
where he
stories.
finally got to play. He finally got to play as he wanted.
Yeah, those are the two stories where he was able to kind of not go so over the top and really be very Delgado-esque. And so, I mean, he was capable of it. I just don't think he was given the chance, or he was told not to do it that way.
Well, you know who I think could pull off the Master really well if he was written properly is Sacha Dhawan.
Yeah.
Because he can do the Master. If you watch his performance, you can tell that's the Master. The problem is it's so badly written that it bullies the experience.
But he's over relishing the role. He's so hammy. I mean, he does make Eric Roberts look understated.
Yeah. Right now he's doing the insane John Sim dialed up to 11.
Yeah, exactly. And the whole Missy arc is completely trashed. I mean, assuming his master comes on.
I'm not talking about story-wise. It's a complete and utter.
He could do the Svengali thing
beyond
really
belief.
well.
But if you watch him when he's actually allowed to act, in some of those brief, understated moments, he can play the Master. See, let RTD write him, and then we'd see a completely different performance come out of him. The problem is he's written and directed by a fucking idiot.
Yeah, but RTD wrote Sim's Master, and I hated that Master. I really did. I still, it ruined the Master for me for a long period of time. I still don't like the Sim. I liked how he was in The Doctor Falls.
When he came back under Moffat?
Yeah, he was better. I mean, the whole thing with the electricity and all that nonsense, that just really didn't work for me.
With the two-parter,
Okay, imagine Sacha Dhawan written by Terrence Dix.
Yeah, I could buy that. It's not going to happen.
Directed appropriately and toning down the hamminess.
Yeah, that's his main problem. I think he would have been better as the Doctor, personally. I just think his malevolence factor is I don't find him threatening at all.
Well, this is the problem with the Chibs the Idiot era, because there are good elements that have nothing to do with him. You have very rarely, but you do have some decent actors in there who direct, and I think they're cast by mistake because, sorry, Father, I'm going to say it again. This show is written by a fucking idiot. But take that out of the equation. And
I don't have my collar on, so it's fine.
Okay. But Sacha Dhawan, Joe Martin, Bradley Walsh, directed competently. Those three, and even Tosin Cole.
Yeah.
Those four, written by somebody that isn't, sorry, Father, a fucking idiot, would actually work.
Well, that's what I said earlier. He doesn't understand how to write an ensemble.
He doesn't know. He can't do anything.
Well, no, this is true.
I've got a question up on the screen that's going to roll you all up, but because it is the news, because it's broken recently, and I've got you all here together, I would like you our brief thoughts on the fact that Manip Gill and Jodie Whittaker will be doing at New York Comic Con. Now, I want to add, we don't know whether they're going.
Oh no! Oh, you have no idea how much fun I'm going to have.
We don't know.
That's going to be multiple videos, my friend. The goat may even take some on. Oh my god! I am going to rip that.
When is it?
You asshole.
It's the end of October. I'll be live streaming it. But I want to ask Ash, how you all feeling that she decided to get off our backside and actually do something? How are you all feeling about that?
Well, it's 2 years too late, isn't it? I mean, she's been sat on her haunches, just allowing Twitter to wash over with praise. She hasn't done anything.
Did anybody see how I described Yaz's character in my video yesterday?
What character?
Exactly. She has all the charisma of a shovel.
Yeah.
A shovel that buried her, yeah.
As I said, there's more life in a corpse than there is in Yasmin Khan.
And more shaggable, too.
I would actually, going off something Bullstrike just said, I would actually love to see, just like, Triumph, the Insult Comic Dog, going to all those events. I would love to see Professor Dinkles at NYCC channeling Triumph and commenting and asking all kinds of questions.
It's a retrospect, though. They're only looking back.
Well, maybe she'll use this as an opportunity to say she.
And why they're not even talking? Will they?
Well,
talk
maybe she's going to use it as a platform to say she's leaving. Maybe she's going to use it to say, "Well, this is my final thing." Hopefully,
they can't look forward because they have no idea what they're doing. Because again, the show is written by a fucking idiot.
Well, here's the thing. She's already making plans, right? The evidence is out there. Manip Gill posted a post. Jodie Whittaker is executive producing the movie about motherhood. Right? So
that's okay. She can do that.
She's looking for some.
Well, that's what she should have been doing 3 years ago rather than doing this.
Yeah. But apparently, apparently, there's other projects on the horizon as well. So a lot of people are saying that this looks like a woman that's actually making plans for away from Doctor Who. Now, again,
can I just say,
even during the Christmas or the festive special, I'm saying there's a possibility. But if I was a betting man, I would say that if it's not postponed, like the Mirror has only recently come out and said, I know Hugh Fullerton from the Radio Times came out with an article the day before to say that they are close to. See, again, as I've been saying from the start when I broke the news, that there's going to be conflicting reports left, right, and centre. Until BBC make any official statement, we do not know what the future holds for Whittaker, for the show, whether she's staying or whether she's going. Anybody out there that's claiming that they know 100% that she's staying, she's going, this, that, and the other is wrong. I made that mistake last year. I'm not making it again, right? There's too many conflicting reports out there, right?
Well, look. I mean, Capaldi was fired for less, really. Yeah. But I mean, he's a white straight male, so I mean, it's probably easy to shove him out the door
because he was a straight white male. And Sorry, Father. That fucking idiot that runs the show wanted to do it his way, and that's why we didn't get the 5 seasons that Capaldi had planned on.
Yeah.
Can I just say, as a wrench, right? So I'm privy to see what comes up as flagged to be approved. And I have to say that Stephen Stritch's comment there, Jodie is a coward, came up as flagged.
Wow.
Can you believe that?
I'm gonna have to get going. I have mass in about 90 minutes, but
No
gotta say,
problem, Father.
Bulge, you basically say the words I can't say and express it how I want to say, but I can't.
I'm glad I'm able to help you out, Father.
Well,
You're my voice.
Thank you for joining us, Father, today.
Yeah, thank
Yeah.
you. I enjoyed
Yes,
it.
thank you. This is
Great,
awesome.
but it worked out. I really enjoyed this episode.
Well, if you're up for it in 2 weeks' time, Father, clear your calendar for every Saturday because we continue
try.
in 2 weeks' time. What are we coming back with, Lee?
Planet of Evil. My choice.
Oh, yeah.
I might have to do
UK.
I might have to do an as on this because Saturdays are usually a stressful day for me. It's getting to be my busy time of the week.
No problem. All right. Well, if you can make it, you can. If you can't,
Yeah, just
we'll bring it
let
on
me know.
whatever day you can make it. But listen, thanks for coming on.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Father.
thank you. Good to
Father.
see everybody. I'm just going to plug my channel real quick. I'm going to be streaming tomorrow night. So as I call myself the Nerd Father because I'm a nerd and I'm a priest, so Nerd Father. I'm going to be streaming tomorrow night with a priest friend of mine, Father Sinatra from New Jersey, who's actually related to Frank, but very distantly. So I'm going to go live at 6 Central, 7 Eastern. We usually go for about an hour talking theology, nerd culture, whatever.
Is that the name of your channel, The Nerd Father? Is that how I'd find you? Oh,
Yeah.
great. Okay, good.
Yeah. So I originally started doing this right before the P thing began. And
Beer bug.
yeah, it's been beer bug and it's been fun and therapeutic too.
Thank you, Father. But just before
So good to see everybody.
All right, Father. Go ahead. Yeah.
I don't know you were going to say. I was just waving.
Videos just popping up on YouTube. I'm about to get recommended this. Doctor Who series 13 news. The Slovene apparently are going to return.
Who cares?
Is that the farting aliens?
The farting aliens.
There's enough farting in the current era as it is, and that's just.
Well, listen, we've got tongue sucking and talking frogs. Would you be surprised if we brought them back? Come on.
With that, I'm going to go have a drink.
Go for it.
Yeah, good idea.
I'll see you guys later.
Our sacrificial wine now.
Take care.
Here's the reason why I think that would probably be true, because I can totally picture Chibnall surveying all of the the great one-shot monsters and villains from all of classic Who or even new Who, and then saying, you know what, out of all these great choices, I think I'm going to go for the Slovene. I would totally see Chibnall doing that.
That's about his sort of level, isn't it?
Listen, he's only bringing them back because he knows fans didn't like them, right? We didn't like them even at the time, but it was the episodes were actually interesting and they were a bit of fun and stuff, and I think that's why we've kind of given them a bit of a pass. But as an alien, they're actually stupid and ridiculous.
They actually just rammed them into Big Finish
So,
too.
yeah,
so.
he's just trying to get at, and that was good in Moffat and RTD's era, and he's trying to put it in his own because he thinks that's what we want. He's a clown. Paul Strecker's right. What did you call him? A fucking idiot?
He's a fucking idiot.
Yeah, I call him.
You notice, Noel, in the articles, you just posted an article video, I think, last night, and you notice how much they're stretching to use really intentionally vague language. What does getting ready for production mean? I mean, that could mean anything. I think they want people to assume that means they're ready to go right before the cameras. That could mean that they've got scripts complete. Yeah. I mean, that is so vague and left up to individual interpretation.
That's Hugh Fullerton, Hugh Fullerton, the Radio Times. He was very vague with that article. Even the Mirror article, I have to admit, even though it does back me up, I have to say, even the Mirror article is a bit vague. They're saying it's from inside sources. At the end of the day, as I said earlier on Twitter to someone, nobody knows. So there should be nobody out there actually saying, listen, Jodie is definitely staying. She's not leaving. You know what I mean? Nobody knows.
No, it's like I said when I called in yesterday. If the UK goes into lockdown again, it's over.
No, yeah, of course it is. Yeah, and I think
it's done.
I think they're on the verge. I think there's talk even about some restrictions already. I know in parts of England there's already some restrictions being put back into place. Scotland, I know as well. Super John, I think, isn't there some parts of Scotland as well? Dublin is on the verge of closing back down again. So listen, it doesn't matter what the newspapers say. It doesn't matter what I say as a YouTuber or anybody else out there that's doing the news. At the end, they were in uncertain times, and all of this could by next week. We're all told that Doctor Who is postponed.
Well, like I said, the interesting thing here, as I said before, was that the Canal TV Productions filming their second series of War of the Worlds in Wales.
Yeah,
and they have been filming since July.
So why haven't Doctor Who? Exactly.
Precisely.
Yeah, exactly. So you have to ask yourself, what is going on? Listen, I don't care what anybody says out there. It's like last year and the year before. There's been nothing but problems in this production team ever since they took over Doctor Who. And it's never been settled. And
Bring back the original team.
It's happening again. Yeah.
Bring back the team from RTD or Moffat's era.
Yeah,
they knew what they were doing.
Yeah, I think it's still continuing to happen, because I honestly do believe there are people fighting Chibnall. I do. I actually think there are people trying to resist all the changes that he's trying to make.
I think he's buffered by Piers Wenger.
Yeah.
I think you have to. He's the one you really need to get rid of, because he's the one who's got his hand on the force.
Well, there is latest rumours on that now. I don't know how true. Rabbi told me this now, but it does come from Philip Morris. So again, I would say take this with a pinch of salt. But according to him, whether it's a wind up or not, I don't know. But according to him, Rabbi told me that Piers Wenger is going to be fired.
Damn right. Damn right.
He's destroyed the corporation.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I just want to say this, right? If Philip is telling the truth, this is what needs to actually happen. But if he goes, and trust me, if Piers Wenger, if there's even any truth in that, well, then you can safely say that Jodie Whittaker and Chris Chibnall are following suit.
You take Wenger out, you've removed the complete safety net for Chibnall and Whittaker.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Exactly. So
because he's the common purpose shill.
If he goes, you can definitely bank our house on it that the other two are going as well, because they're not going to keep them. If they get rid of Wenger, they have to get rid of the other two, because he's the one that hired them. Why get rid of him and not get rid of the two people that he hired as well?
Well, how much latitude does Davey have to do what he wants to do?
Well, he's waiting on, Lee will tell you this, but the government appointed
will appoint a chair, which will be a government appointed. So he's definitely a Tory. He's definitely a capitalist.
If he gets back up from the chair, then he can do whatever. And the chair,
he's going to have he's going to have more power to bolster. But the thing is, right? It doesn't matter anymore, because what the situation is the BBC are in massive trouble, like massive trouble. There's been an ongoing behind-the-scenes war between the commercial arm of the BBC and the public arm of the BBC. Now, the trouble is obviously that the license fee is going. We know it's going. It could be as soon as November. The BBC has to start thinking in terms of moving into commercial viability for once in its life. Okay, so it's actually going to have to work to bring in its audience. And as we've seen with EastEnders, that came back to an audience of just over 3 million, which is nothing.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's massive. That's a massive.
It's a drop of 7 million people.
Yeah.
It's a drop of 7 million. EastEnders would get 10 million viewers, between 8 and 10 a week. Now, remember, EastEnders is on nearly every day of the week, and then they have the omnibus on Sunday. So this show shouldn't have been hit as bad as it has, and that's what
people are fed up with the BBC. People are tired.
BBC is in serious trouble now.
They shot themselves in the foot. They shot themselves in the foot. They shot themselves in the foot with the whole BBC prom thing. and it was not Piers Morgan. Sorry, it was Tim Davie who overrode that cancellation. Well, this is the thing. They're saying he doesn't have. They're saying he's a paper tiger, basically. So he has a lot to prove. Now, once he gets the chair on his side, assuming that that's what will happen, I think it will, he's going to be bolstered. Now, the thing is, he's got to start showing his teeth. And if he doesn't start doing that very soon, and people like Gary Lineker, if he doesn't get rid of Gary Lineker for a start, he's going to come across as a paper tiger. So what they're doing at the moment is they're trying to make him look bad. They're trying to make him look powerless. And boo-hoo, that we can say what we like. Yeah, no, you can't do anything. He has to calm down hard.
Well, when is that vote or move or whatever they call it going to happen? Either he will or he won't.
Well, it depends on when the chair position gets filled. That will help bolster him. Look, the way I see it is he's tired.
The weird thing
he is a hatchet man. That's how I see him. He's there to do a job on behalf of the government, pretty much, on behalf of the commercial wing of the BBC, in order for it to survive, because it's not going to survive unless it goes with the times. And this guy is the one who made Doctor Who big in America, who got Top Gear world known. This guy's got a lot of things under his belt. So he's not someone who's a folly.
He's asked for an end of review of every series, including Doctor Who. He wants them all reviewed.
He needs to trim the fat. That's what he's there for.
Lee is right. He has to have teeth. If he goes in as a gumless tiger, he's not going to be there's no point of it. Right? But I can already see by this end of season review for Doctor Who, which is happening, right, that he's already taken steps. He's definitely
got his own
right now. But it'll be the next phase when it comes back that Doctor Who is in the complete shit financially, because as he said, Lee is right. There are factions fighting. BBC Wales, basically, everything is rosy with them. Of course, the rest of the BBC would disagree, but that's BBC Wales for you. They just have the arguments.
Well, the numbers are there. I'm like, if you're
a numbers man.
Well, look at the Timeless Children. Okay, so see the series finale up until now used to be the big event. Lowest ratings of New Who,
and we still haven't seen the fallout. We still haven't seen the fallout from that. That is yet to be seen.
And on BBC America, from week 9 to week 10, between the two parts of the finale two-parter, it dropped 28%.
Wow.
From week 9 to week 10 on BBC America.
Now he's going to be looking at the numbers, purely at the numbers. He's not going to sit back and allow the flagship show that he helped make a successful worldwide go down the tube. Not happening. And listen, this is the only reason I've leapt onto this rumor with any seriousness, because previously I was always umming and ahhing about Jodie leaving the last time, and I thought, this is a totally different ballgame, because I'm seeing the pieces being put in place.
Yeah,
and you just connect the dots, and it's not hard to work out what's happening here. He's now coming in, right? He's now making his mark. He has to show his teeth. He has to use them. He has to show he is not to be trifled with. And there's a lot of tussling within the BBC, and people like Gary Lineker trying to mock him, saying, well, you can't stop me from saying what I like on Twitter and all the rest of this. He's now got to, I would say to him, sack Gary Lineker straight away. People like him need to go.
I disagree, because I'll tell you why. Gary Lineker has always been on Twitter. It's his personal account.
No, I know that, but I mean, what's he being paid for?
No matter what he's political.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. What's he being paid for? What's he being paid for? He's overpaid for what he does.
But he's being paid to present a sports show, which he does every Saturday night. He works one day a week for the BBC and then works for BT Sports.
For how much?
What? Okay, he gets paid very handsomely for that, but you can't criticize someone having a personal Twitter account. He could do whatever he wants on his personal Twitter account. But if he doesn't want them saying things that are going to damage the BBC, I can
but they are damaging the BBC
in that way.
He
but
is
Lineker's
damaging
not
the
going to stop. Lineker's going to keep mocking him. I've watched Lineker for years. Lineker's not going to put up with that. Lineker's going to say, "Listen, I can do whatever I want on my private account," and he's right. He's right. But what Davies can say then is, right, that's fair enough. But you can't say anything that will hurt the BBC.
Well, he is. That's the point. He is. Yeah. I mean, it turns people off. And whilst this continues unabashed, it's gonna add to the weight of evidence of the bias of the BBC and the people that are working there, and what they're saying in their private lives on Twitter does have an effect on the BBC itself.
One thing I wanted to ask you guys, speaking here from the US, and I try to keep up on some of the shows, but not like obviously like all the shows like on the BBC. Is there another right now? Is there another kind of hot button political football polarizing show like Doctor Who that's kind of also in the mix for change, like under Davey, or is Doctor Who the only one that's
Have I got news for
high
you,
profile show?
Have I got news for you, which is a political game show?
Well, Top Gear's got a bit woke as well. Actually, BBC Sport has as well. Actually, believe it or not, they've integrated. They've brought in pundits that were never there before, replaced all pundits. Even Sky News, Sports News, actually replaced the whole Sky Sports team and brought in a more diverse team. Because of all of this Black Lives Matter. So they, look, I'm not going to sit here and say that BBC, they are, and some of their presenters, and I do agree with Lee. Personally speaking, I think Gary Lineker should keep his mouth shut. But at the end of the day, he's entitled to do it, though. I mightn't like it, but he's entitled to do it. It's his own personal account. And I don't think Davies should be saying things like that because, we want him to come in. We want him to bring balance. We don't want him to go in and swing it the other way.
No, that's right.
We just want balance. That's all we've ever wanted the BBC to be doing, to be impartial and to be balanced about whatever they're reporting on in the news or balanced with their TV shows and their movie, whatever they do. That's all we've ever wanted. But if he comes in and starts, trying to swing things more to the right, well, then that's not going to work either. You have to have a balance.
That balance happens by swinging it to the right because it's so far left. There is no balance. The only way you're going to have balance is by having more.
Yeah, but you've got to be careful that you don't overdo it either.
No, of course not. I mean, that's the whole point of what balance means. But Gary Lineker is a joke. I mean, he really is. I mean, it's beyond parody at this point.
Right.
And he needs to go. He's overpaid. He doesn't add any value.
Well, we could say a lot of the BBC presenters are overpaid. I mean,
absolutely.
How much is Graham Norton on a year for doing that Friday night show? Fucking $3 million a year or something.
See, here's my perspective where everything that all the TV shows I used to watch were predominantly from the BBC.
Yeah.
Up until probably around 2013.
Right.
Outside of Doctor Who, at this point, I can't tell you anything that's on the BBC because I said fuck it about 2 years ago. Shows that I've been watching for years. I checked out some of their new shows. It was nauseating.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe what I was watching. So I can't, although our friend Gary, I did see his fish and chips thing, which is probably one of the most ridiculous things I've seen in the past year. But this is what it's like over here as well on this side of the pond. The BBC used to be the gold standard for entertainment. That hasn't been the case in 3 or 4 years now.
Yeah.
Over here, the BBC is seen along the same lines as CNN as a complete and utter joke.
Wow.
Well, that's why BBC America these days shows like Star Trek for about 15 hours a day and then movies the rest of the time. It's not really British stuff at all anymore.
Nope, it's nobody wants to watch it. The numbers are horrific, and
Tim Davies going to know all of this. He's going to be listen. That man's going to be a sponge.
Well,
right? He's going to absorb all of this information
with a wrecking ball and smashes it all up, Lee. But I will have to be honest with you, right? I have me doubts that he's going to.
I don't think it's a wrecking ball. I think he's going to take a very sharp knife and he's going to trim the fat. He's going to trim the fat.
I have to head out in a minute, but what he needs to do is the BBC took a turn for the worst, and it started around 2013. And I've said this before, coincidentally, it was around the same time they sold off Television Center. It's like as soon as they lost that creative hub, they lost their minds.
Yeah.
And went off the deep end. So he needs to look at everything, everybody that's been hired since 2013. You need to base it off of performance. You need to take a very close look at the Diversity and Inclusion Initiative. You need to take a close look at everybody that was hired because of that initiative. Exactly. And you need to base it off their work. What have you produced? Are you
as Matt Pott in the chat says, I couldn't name one BBC show these days. And that's true, I couldn't either.
I can't.
Piggy
I stopped watching live TV. I just
killing Eve.
I hope somebody. I just thought of something. I know Bull's Trek has to go. I really hope somebody sits Davey down for 5 minutes and shows him that Chibs parody that's on YouTube and say, "This is who you have producing your flagship show."
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
this is it's we're looking at Doctor Who 3 years after the initial casting announcement, really about Doctor Who went woke, or it started in 2015.
Yeah.
So we're 5 years into it. Yeah. And just compare the state of the show when it was at its height, and I would say that was 2013 during the 50th special.
Yeah.
Look at the state of the show then versus the state of the show now.
Yeah.
It's not even recognizable.
Night and day.
Look at the state of the fandom. In 2013, everybody was united. We were all excited. Yeah. Look at the fandom now.
We should email Tim Davey all of the Twitter screenshots.
Oh, I actually asked. I believe it or not, because come here, I think of these things all the time. So I asked a couple of people that have kind of worked for the BBC in the past, would this be a good idea? And the response I got was, he will think you're mad.
So, I don't think look.
I don't think he needs to even look at what we're looking. If he's there to clean up the BBC from a business perspective,
he'll know.
And already. I can only speak of Doctor Who because I have no interest in anything else on the BBC. If you look at what's happened to Doctor Who in terms of sheer numbers, in terms of profitability, and if you look at what's happened to the show on this side of the pond, if like just the DVD and Blu-ray sales, the ratings on BBC America, the ratings for CTV Space here in Canada, or CTV Sci-Fi as it's called now, have been catastrophic.
Wow,
they've dropped off a cliff. I'm pretty sure we're not getting classic series DVDs anymore because of the amount of money that Warner lost on the new series, and I wouldn't be surprised if Warner drops their DVD and Blu-ray distribution deal altogether because of that, and we won't be getting any Doctor Who in North America anymore.
Well, look, Tim Davies is a marketing guy, right?
These J-bots don't see either, though. They don't see the wider implications of a bad era. Yes, to a certain extent, Classic Who killed it to a certain way.
We remember 1989.
But it still gets affected. You know, it's not infallible.
This is different from 1989. The ratings were in the tank, and that was a hangover from season 24.
Right.
But 1989,
and the BBC wanted it gone.
Even
season 23. But the big difference is there was no hatred towards Doctor Who in 1989. Those of us that were still watching were blown away by what we'd seen in season 26. So it was still a beloved program. We're not in that situation anymore.
That's
and the ratings are as low as they were, or pretty close to 1989. But they're amongst your fan base, the people that have supported your show. And I see comments from people from all age groups. You know, any Doctor Who video I put up, I'll have a couple thousand. I'm going through them. So there are people that have been watching since 1963. most of that traditional fan base has walked away. They want nothing to do with this. They're insulted. They feel like they've spent decades supporting the show, buying the merchandise, and then within the course of 2 years, they were told, you don't matter anymore. You are absolute scum. We don't appreciate the support you've given us. We don't appreciate you as a fan. Not only that, we want you to go away because the show isn't for you anymore. It's for this audience that doesn't exist. And even to turn around Doctor Who at this point, you'll need a miracle.
Impossible, don't you? You actually think it's impossible, don't you?
I think the damage is, and we're talking audiences now, even those of us that, were pre-internet days, audiences now are very fickle. A lot of them, Doctor Who, because of what they've done in the past 2 years, will never, ever go back to where it was during the David Tennant years. Audiences, and once you've been turned off something, you're not coming back. Most people will not come back. I'm like, oh yeah, that's a show that I used to watch, but then it turned to complete shit. Oh, there's a new person playing the Doctor. Whatever. I don't care. I'm not even going to check it out this time. You have to publicize it. You have to rid everyone that's worked on it. They need, honestly, I think they all need to be fired across the board. I think 80% of the BBC needs to be fired for underperforming when it becomes privatized.
Yeah.
And you need to, first off, you need somebody that can has a stature above David Tennant and Tom Baker. You need to cast the best person that's ever been in the role. You need to have the first 4 series Game of Thrones quality of writing.
Yeah, I said that.
You need to have effects that can rival Star Wars.
Yep.
You need to pull out all the stops.
I don't even think effects are.
They'll never do that though. That's the thing. I think the reason why Ballstrike makes that point is because they'll never do that though. They
not only that, in terms of publicizing it, and I think the show actually needs to denounce this era. And it can be after the regeneration, it can be like a Colin Baker, not a moment too soon, but they need to, even if it's done symbolically, but they need to denounce this era.
They do.
They need to publicize it. They need to win people back. But you're also looking at a show, and New Who is kind of separate from Old Who. You're also looking at a show that's 15 years old, which by all standards, most shows will fall in popularity anyway. By the only, just using a show that I used to watch that was as old when it was canceled as Doctor Who is now, was ER. I loved the early seasons of ER, but by the end, it was a tired show whose ratings were falling off a cliff, and it was based solely off age. And that's the other problem that Doctor Who is facing. It's New Who for the new generation. It's 15 years old.
Regeneration, so they can reinvent the show.
But that's why it lasted so long originally.
Yeah. Although the problem is
in
terms of catching on with the general public, and as much as I love Capaldi, that era didn't catch on, and a lot of it had to do, I think Moffat was burned out.
Yeah.
And I think there was a lot of BBC interference. So they lost, and it sucks because I love the man, but they lost a lot of people that regeneration.
Well, I think
then they lost the rest with 13.
I think with Davey, though, I mean, because he's a marketing man, right? The man's a marketing man. He's going to be very aware, I think. I think he's going to have spies and all sorts all over Twitter and following up what has been going on and taking into account public perception of this show and where it's at. I think he wouldn't be completely without knowledge. So I think
I would encourage him to, Davey, watch my videos, because I have covered. No, honestly, I have covered this whole thing from the casting announcement to now. And I didn't always yell and scream in my videos either. 2 years ago, they were fairly even toned. But if you want to cover the full story, and I hate to say I told you so, but I predicted all this 3 years ago.
You did.
Most people said I was on crack, and the only thing that changed it was worse than even I could.
Let's be honest. You were on crack when you came up with that theory. Let's just tell them out straight. You were on the crack when you came up with that theory. You are right. You are absolutely right. But listen, everybody was right, but you were right. when I seen your video, because obviously, when I start complaining about, and then I went onto YouTube and I was looking at YouTubers, and then obviously your name would have popped up along with others, and it's spot on. I mean,
it's like
it is cast. Listen, as soon as she was cast, that was it. It was game over. Doctor Who was dead. And it wasn't because the fact that she was a woman. And I want to make that clear, right? It was because it was Chibnall's friend. As soon as we knew that Chris Chibnall had cast his best friend, that
cronyism,
friends, right? He friends. And then you seen the other casting, Bradley Walsh. I knew it then. I knew it. I even said at the time, this is going to be Broadchurch in space. This isn't.
No, actually, it's not even Broadchurch in space, man, because the first, and I think Chips had a lot of help writing that first season. The first season of Broadchurch is actually good.
Yes,
and Chips had help with that. The guy can't write his way out of a paper bag. That's not his writing. So Broadchurch season 1, and to a lesser extent season 2. I didn't even finish season 3.
Yeah,
Broadchurch season 1, if I'm being honest, is actually good. Doctor Who isn't anywhere near the level of season 1 Broadchurch.
Yeah.
And with that, guys, I must skedaddle.
All right.
No problem.
Thanks for being with us, Bulls Trek. It was great as usual.
Thank you, my friends, and I must also apologize. It's I think maybe once I've come to these on time. Just so everyone knows, my Saturdays are nuts because this is my errand day. So my time, we do this in the middle of the afternoon. Next time in 2 weeks, I will try to make it for at least the beginning of the episode.
No problem.
I got held up in traffic. A stupid person took out a traffic pole, and we got to sit there and watch it for 2 hours.
Excellent.
It was
fun.
It was a couple of young girls driving a very nice car, and they looked kind of clueless, and they looked even more clueless when they were out of the car looking at what they had done to the light pole.
Yeah.
I should have taken a picture because this was impressive.
Oh, you should have. That would have been that.
But anyways, with that side story aside, I will see you all in 2 weeks.
All right. Happy washing.
I'll talk to you on Twitter and stuff.
Updates on the washing machine. Cheers, yo.
I'll see you later, guys. Thanks for coming on. Appreciate it as usual.
Bye, Ball Strike.
Bye.
Okay, so hey Noel, before we wrap up, I've been listening to you guys. I want to put this out there. It may be like an ultimately unworkable scenario, but I just want to toss this out and see what you think. Okay, so and if you want to say it wouldn't work, that's fine. So okay, Davey whoever comes in realizes that it's like I was saying on your show yesterday, before they go to commercial, before they change everything over to commercial enterprise, they've got to basically get Doctor Who into a workable shape. You can't have like such a high profile shift from BBC to a commercial entity and have one of your most high profile shows on life support. So I would think whenever this commercialization happens, that's when they're going to try to have this thing fixed by. So I'm trying to think, well, okay, so would it be workable to have Davey or whoever? First of all, you want to get a producer who knows what they're doing, who's halfway competent, and you want to have even one series of a show that's not going to be polarizing and political, that's going to be commercially and hopefully critically successful. So with that in mind, what if after whatever happens in this festive special, you take, you don't announce that it's being canceled, retired, whatever, maybe in a year or so, would it work? Because I would think you want to basically convert this from a sinking ship. You at least want to stabilize, you at least want to stop the bleeding, right? That would be whatever else you do, you want to stop the bleeding. Right. So what about having a season, and as Lee said, he's a marketing guy, one season of 6 or 8 episodes that you can bill as a special event, whatever. Bring Matt Smith back for like a 6 to 8 episode, like mini series, limited series, whatever you want to call it. You can set it after Amy and Rory leave, where he's companionless, before Clara, whenever. You can bring on a companion just for that era, because that's an easy window to set things, is between Amy and Rory and Clara, and just have hopefully a well-written, well-directed, high-profile return of Matt Smith to the role. You don't worry about continuity. You don't worry about who's going to be the post-Jodie Doctor. You basically just want to bring fans back to Doctor Who and show it can be good. Would something like that work?
I think it could work if you brought Paul McGann in to do an Eighth Doctor series.
No, the reason I say Matt Smith is because, I mean, I've read stories where he'd be more than willing to come back to the role.
I agree. He would be a good choice, but I'll tell you why this wouldn't work. For the simple fact of the matter is, okay, you want to limit the season, you want to bring back a popular Doctor, but you're still not addressing the fact that the show is actually on the slide.
You're skirting it.
Yeah. So, yeah, you're only skirting around the issue. You're basically giving fans what they want, but you're not actually addressing the issue of fixing the show. To fix the show, basically, what you have to do is what we've all been talking about. But whether they do that or not, listen, I would love a Paul McGann spin-off, or I would love something like that, because
never happened.
Matt actually opened up and said that he does regret leaving Doctor Who. But look, he left. He's gone. I'm sorry, but I'm gone past this stage of BBC and these ideas coming to fore. No, fix the main show, right? The main show. Listen, we've got a character, the main character of the show, that can regenerate, that can change body.
You got to move it forward.
So that means, yeah, exactly. Madonna was able. Look at a simple example. Madonna, female art, probably the biggest female artist singer of all time, right? Why was she that? Because she was very clever. Every decade, she reinvented herself, right? We've got an opportunity with Doctor Who that when the show does become tired, we can replace the main actor, replace the people around them, and still call it Doctor Who. So I'm sorry, I don't know where I do get where you're coming from, Gary, and to get popularity back. But the only way to do it is to fix.
Bring in Harry Treadaway. Bring in Harry Treadaway as the Doctor, or a good-looking young guy, a good-looking young companion, a beautiful TARDIS like the one that we saw with Ruth's TARDIS, and off you go. I mean, a new set of writers and a new showrunner, boom.
Lee, I'm not saying you're wrong, and I totally agree with everything that Noel said. I don't think what I said is in opposition to that. I was just proceeding from a point of, if they need time to kind if they need time to get things right. I mean, I totally agree with Noel that, you have to move forward.
I still think that's why I used.
But that's why I use the phrase, you've got to stop the bleeding, because you've got to kind of stabilize the patient before you can kind of do the long-term thing. Because here's what I'm thinking.
It's still bloodstained, though. That's the problem.
Agree. They have, if they're gonna go forward,
right,
a regenerated Doctor, they have one chance to get it right.
Yeah.
They're not going to be able to come and get it half right. They're going to have to get everything right the first time, and they're going to have one chance before everybody says, I'm gone.
Yeah. No, I get where you're coming from. But here's the thing as well. I'd say to you, though, could you really trust the BBC to actually, the way they've already done the main show, right? We can't even praise them for the writing of the main show.
I agree with you.
I don't actually think they'd even do a Matt Smith spin-off. Even justice now. I don't trust BBC with Doctor Who whatsoever.
I agree.
I've been honest. I think it's a great idea.
I'm basically just trying to come up with something that maybe could restore some good.
I think the problem is.
I think that's why we're getting Time Lord Victorious, and I think that's why we're getting the Ninth Doctor audios. I think that's why we're getting them. I think BBC are well aware that the main show.
I think the problem is.
And I think that's why we're getting all this. We're getting less promotion, but now they're all of a sudden they decided, well, we're going to wheel Whittaker out now. But as many people have said on this panel, it's 2 years too late. She said when she was forced announced, she had no problem going everywhere, right? The first year she was everywhere. We couldn't get our face out of Arton. We were complaining of Arton, right? Series 12, we got absolutely nothing, right? And we got a festive special coming up. More than likely, it's going to be New Year's Day, because then they can brag about actually showing Doctor Who in 2021. Will it be 2021? Yeah, 2021. So that, you know, there's a festive special, and even then, the first appearance of Jodie Whittaker throughout this whole situation, bar the lockdown videos that she done, is this first event at New York Comic Con. And number one, we don't know if it's going to be live. It could be a pre-record. We don't know if they're going to allow the comments. And if they do allow comments, I guarantee they're going to be moderated, because no negative comments will be allowed at all. So, I mean, look, again, they'll shield her as well, which is wrong. She should be, you know, she should be made aware that there are some fans out there that don't like it. And even if she doesn't like the criticism, it's at least she knows. It's at least she knows. I do think she knows anyway, because she did mention the Not My Doctor crowd in a brief interview last year. She was taking the piss out of them. So, I mean, she is aware of them. But the BBC, for me, I don't trust them with anything. I don't trust them with anything with the Doctor Who brand right now.
I totally let me throw this out. I totally agree with you, Noel, 100%. Let me throw this out. Would they have been better off waiting a little bit,
right,
and then doing Time Lord Victorious just as it is, live action with the actual actors as like a high profile miniseries?
No, because it's convoluting the whole thing. I think
you simplify it without all the officials, but you know, the concept.
Yeah, you still need to put in. I mean, who do you have producing it? That's the thing. Do you have the same people producing the current era?
No.
No, exactly. I mean, that means if you then have everything in place to have a new production team, and you might as well just do New Who and do it better, you know. But I think the problem is the corpse of Doctor Who is so blood soaked, right? You talk about stemming the blood flow. You talk about stemming the blood flow. Unfortunately, it's still blood stained, and unless you clean it up completely, I think the best way forward would be to put it in a hiatus for a few years.
Well, no, Lee, like I was saying, Lee, they have one chance to get it right. If they screw it up, it's over.
It's over now. This is their opportunity.
It is already over.
They've only got one more chance with this fandom, whether they like it or not. This is the last chance. The next time that Doctor Who comes on, once this Whittaker era is over, whenever that is, I don't give a crap. But
if Chibnall stays in
place, if Chibnall does step down after Series 13 and Whittaker does go, right? When they get the new people in, this is BBC's last chance with me anyway. If they get it wrong with the new production team and continue to go the same route, but with a new production team and keep this nonsense up, I'm done. Doctor Who is dead as far as I'm concerned. It ended with Peter Capaldi. They have a window of opportunity. It's closing every day that they don't make an announcement. Whittaker, Chibnall, and everybody involved, up to the very top, Piers Wenger, needs to be cleared out. If they don't do that, there's no point in them bringing a mini-series or any of that stuff, because you're going to have the same horrible people involved. I'll give Big Finish kudos for one thing. It's at least they're trying to give fans something. This Ninth Doctor, yes, I think it is a money grab. I think Time Lord Victorious is a money grab. But we have to feel sorry for the licensees, because they have also suffered for the last 3 years. And this is their opportunity. And they know what sells, right? And they know that that David Tennant's Doctor sells. They know that the Ninth Doctor would, because him coming back was a major coup for them as well. They know what they're doing. So, I mean, look, it was mortally wounded. I said this. Doctor Who was mortally wounded in Series 11, and he finished it off at the Timeless Children in a 2-minute scene. He killed it completely. He destroyed it. That was the moment for all movie. And
I think as well with season 13,
winning back those fans that have walked away, and that's going to be the uphill struggle for BBC when they do decide to do Doctor Who properly.
If Chibnall continues down this road, let's say he stays on for season 13 with Whittaker and everyone in tow, and continues on that path, I don't think he's finished with that storyline. It will only proceed to get even worse and far worse than we can even imagine. And I'm sorry, if Tim Davie doesn't step in now and stop this from happening, he is never going to get that show back again. That show will be gone.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I said last week during the thing, I said, help me, Obi-Wan Davie. You're our only hope.
Yeah, he really is at this stage. Look, he is the BBC's only hope. And the reason, listen, considering his background and considering who he is and where he comes from and everything else, it's a miracle that he's even in that position, that the board elected him into that position. I think they had little to no choice or little to no say, because they know the game is up. The game is up. The party is over. He has to make the BBC viable. And unfortunately, a lot of home truths are going to have to come home to roost. And I'm mixing my metaphors there. But he has a hard job to do. It is almost impossible to do it.
There is no way in this world that if he commissions an objective report, as you said, he's all about the numbers. There is no way if he commissions an objective report and looks at the falling ratings over the last 2 years, both in the UK and in America, if he looks at the falling AIs, if he looks at the non-existent merchandise sales, which he will be no doubt aware of, and if he has even the remotest idea of the fan polarization, there is no way he can look at that report and say, okay, no, the status quo is fine. No way.
Editorially or not, Piers Wenger, whether or not you think it's good, the audience has spoken. And as you said, rightly, the numbers speak for themselves. The guy is a marketing man. Any marketing man worth his salt, and we know he is worth his salt because he made Doctor Who an international success. And a show about cars that have been on the BBC since the 80s into a massive success. This guy did that, all right? So he knows what he's talking about. He's a marketing man. He's looking at the numbers. He wants to make the BBC an international force to be reckoned with. He has a lot of fat to trim. He's going to have to literally sack shitloads of people in order to make the BBC floatable. And looking at Doctor Who, a flagship show, it's not going to go under his radar. It is going to be high up in his priorities to fix, because
so is this probably going to be, are we going to hear something before Christmas or after?
Well, that's the question. That's the question. I think what might be interesting is to see how the special performs, and what the ratings are.
It's not going to perform. It's not. This is the thing.
Well, I know.
Because the festive special is on, they'll have it on New Year's Day or even Christmas. It's going to.
He'll be looking at that. He'll be looking at the numbers.
Better things on the TV New Year's Day that people will watch. There'll be
looking at the numbers.
Stations that people will watch. People are not going to tune into this special.
Well, that's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping, because that's the only way we get change, is by participating and not participating, right? By tuning out and not giving the BBC what they want. The only way that we get change is by showing them that we are not happy. And if Tim Davie sees the numbers speak for themselves and go, well, no one watched it, change is afoot. It has to happen. It has to happen now. Maybe he's waiting on that. Maybe he doesn't need to wait on that because he's already.
I hear what you're saying, Lee. But you know what? I know you'll probably agree that the numbers for that special would have to be such a huge bounce from the finale. That it would be like beyond just bucking every downward trend for 2 years running.
It's not
all of a sudden, it would have to be such a huge increase.
Yeah, it won't.
It won't happen.
And that's what the J-bots don't understand. They think this is all popular. Well, they'll see when the festive special comes on.
A lot of the Jodie era fans didn't like the Timeless Child either.
We have a lot of sock accounts on Twitter. They think that there's many, but what they don't realize is that the general public out there in the audience, and that it doesn't matter how many times you actually watch it, J-Bots, that doesn't add to an extra view, by the way.
Twitter is like, what, 15% of the population?
So you can't use stock accounts to kind of boost up the numbers here. So the numbers will be the numbers, and that's why it's going to fail. Listen, the end of season finale with the overnights, 28-day consolidated figure, just over 4 million. 4.2. If you take the consolidated figures away, it was under 4 million, right? It is not going to do better than 4 million this festive special.
I can predict it doing probably just over 2 million.
I reckon.
Wait, in total?
Yeah, I reckon we'll be looking at 2 million.
I'm putting my hat on that.
Wow.
Yeah.
I think because I don't think the BBC.
We haven't seen the fallout from the Timeless Child.
Actually understand the damage that's being caused and how much actually contempt and hate there is for this era.
Look, if EastEnders got just over 3 million, like the biggest soap opera on
gets
on
10
the BBC.
million people watching each week.
Yeah. I think that this is a really big, especially the way the BBC behaved recently. I think a lot of people are just tuning out and cancelling their TV license. I think a lot of people just like giving up on it.
And honestly, and I hate to say this, and please don't call me a heretic, because you guys know, especially know how much I love this show. I don't think the Daleks themselves are that big of an that big of an automatic draw anymore either.
No,
because they've overused them during this new era, and now it's nothing new. It's nothing new.
And it was in the same special last time, and we saw what happened with that. And we saw the new design. It's just like, oh, please.
It's bad, really, because we love the Daleks. We do. We always love the Daleks, but we have been overused the last couple of years. Same with the Cybermen.
Well, look at the spike that Captain Jack pulled in. That was as big as it got.
Yeah.
That big. And even that spike wasn't enough to get out the doldrums.
No, and the excitement for his cameo as well, I remember, and then it died down within a couple of hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I think that when we actually get a proper trailer for this, I don't really think you're going to see a lot of the Daleks. I think it's going to be all Captain Jack.
I wouldn't be surprised, but at the end of the day, they're not going to film me again.
Oh, you've got dislike?
Lost me as a fan right now.
No, you had no dislikes at all until just now.
Well, it doesn't matter anyway. What we're going to do is, because we have ran way over time, I'm going to give you all an opportunity to give you our channels a bit of a shout out there. We will be back tomorrow, of course, for the new Who watch along. Don't forget, and every Friday the new show that we have, it seems to have kicked off the second week. It seems to be doing very well in the numbers as well. So let people know, because as you see in yourself, I am willing to bring on people that don't necessarily like me, which I did last night. And as you see in there, it went very, very well. So if you do want to come on and have an opinion about whatever topics we're going to be talking about on a Friday night, please join us for the TARDIS Zone Talks. We'll bring you on individual one-on-one. You get about 10 minutes, and then we bring on the next guest, and so on, and so on, and so on. And that's me done. So I will let the rest of you all shout out. So we'll start with Retro.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Noel. I do not have my own dedicated channel yet, although it is coming. I'm going to be doing a RetroDoc channel, all things retro. And for the moment, though, I'm very privileged and happy to continue to appear on Noel's watch-alongs for the classic show, and probably calling in on Fridays. And also, I am on a regular on a lot of Blue Bonnet Whovians streams. Next Saturday, we're actually starting a new series focusing on the Doctor Who writers of the classic show. Each one we went through the Doctor Honors streams, which were all fantastic, but now we're focusing on the Doctor Who writers. And the first one up is looking at the stories of Malcolm Hulke, primarily focusing on the Pertwee. And we're going to be doing a different writer not each week, but each time we do this. So it'll be a writer's stream, and I'll be appearing on that. So that will be a lot of fun. So that is it. Back to you, Noel.
Hello there, I'm Super John. I've got a YouTube channel and I've got a Twitter account. That's all I have to say tonight. I'll just let the other guy have a chance.
Hello, I'm kind of redundant because Noel seemed fit to chuck me out of everything apart from the classic Who Watch Along. So where we used to do Star Trek Lower Decks, Dregs, whatever it is, reviews. I'm sure these things will come up eventually. But yeah, you can find me not next week, but normally on the watch alongs, as you probably already know by now. So in a couple of weeks, it will be my turn for the Tom Baker story, The Planet of Evil. You'll still find me on Rabbi's channel on every Friday for the Video Vault. And next week, we'll be discussing Tom Cruise and... what's that film? Not War of the Worlds, the other one. Oh God, Noel will tell you. I can't remember. Brain fart. But last Friday we did 1917. So we did a retrospective on that. That was great. And what else? Yeah, that's about it. If you want to, I'm going to put a link in the chat for the Black Glove Studios. There you go. There's the Black Glove Studios final game story, which features two very good performances of the Third Doctor and the Master, Delgado's Master. So they did an audio drama there for the final game, and it's worth checking out. I've recorded with them to do a Sarah Jane adventure. And I won't tell you which character I'm playing, but it will be pretty good. I hope. So that will be coming out, I don't know when, soonish, I hope, maybe in time for Christmas. Who knows? Who knows? And that's me.
Right, the movie is Minority Report, the Tom Cruise movie that Lee was talking about. Yeah, me and Lee will be doing Lower Decks. I have the second episode, so we haven't done 2 weeks of reviews, but I have the two of them. So we will try, let me say, tomorrow's Sunday. If I can get them done before we actually do the Doctor Who watch along, I will. If not, I'll have it out on Monday. And Lee will be with me for that on Monday. So I might as well mention that as well. And while Rabbi is off for the 2 weeks, the other stuff that we planned on doing with Father Miller and the Father Ted, we might just start again actually, because the first one kind of went a bit crazy then. So we'll start again because Father Miller will be joining us. So you can relive Father Ted with us. We'll do that over the weekends that Rabbi isn't with us, and if we can get Father Miller to join us for them, that'd be absolutely fantastic. But that is it for tonight. So I'll bring in the lads again. Welcome back, and I just want to thank all my guests tonight.
Thank you, Noel.
Thank you.
Thank you, Noel.
It's been this has been one of the funnest streams I think we've ever done.
Good.
Yeah, I'm enjoying the classic ones.
Yeah.
Classic ones are doing very well anyway. As I said, a lot of people seem to be really getting behind them. So I'm glad that they're not getting bored. But we do have a 2-week break, so don't worry, they will be coming back. It's just we're just taking a little break. And
I do want to thank you. I do want to thank you guys for indulging me while I go on with all my little trivia.
No, it's wonderful.
No bother.
That's brilliant. That's the best part, man. That's why we like the trivia.
And if it wasn't for Gary, you wouldn't have the Doctor Who Bake Off.
Oh, there you go.
A Doctor Who what off?
Bake Off.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Cheryl. Yes, that's coming.
Cooking show, yeah.
I want to. Hey, where's that picture going to be of the chicken?
Oh,
sorry.
Honestly,
right, hold on. I'll get it now.
He's eating it.
It does look cooked. What do you talk about? The skin is brown as bloody.
Take crap pictures.
Oh, it's not my fault. I'm going to show you. Do you want to see me chicken?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. I'll show you.
I'm Scarlet for you.
We've been talking about your chicken for 4.5 hours, Noel. We have to see it.
Right. Okay.
Chicken agenda.
Chicken salt, because if I don't, there'll be blue mortar. Right. I'll just send it to myself first. Where's me? Oh, there I am.
You're the spitting image of yourself.
Right. Here we
Chicken
go.
salt.
Right. This chicken, it's cooked.
I know, but it doesn't look like it.
Okay.
Ah.
Right. Cheryl doesn't. Let's see who agrees with
Team
who.
Cheryl or Team Noel?
Yeah, it's going to be Team Noel.
It'll be Team
It'll be
Cheryl.
Team Noel. Bet you it's Team Noel.
It's going to sack us if we don't say Team no.
If the steam rises out the centre of it, you know it's good.
That's right.
Yeah, microwave rice.
Agree with Cheryl, you agree with Cheryl.
Which they will.
Ball in the bag, cat sick.
Well, that's grand. I'll get you revenge on you all anyway. So, right, it doesn't make a difference. Well, you can say it's Team Cheryl all you want. Right, here we go. Here's me chicken. Actually, it does look a bit
I
pathetic.
told you.
No, I mean,
Somebody just tuning in now is going, "What the hell is going on in this stream?"
yeah, this is me chicken that I cooked. Okay, I've cooked it for actually I cooked one because I was streaming for so long that I actually left it on longer than I normally do. Leave a chicken on, so when I literally went to cut it, it literally fell apart.
That's a good sign.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So here it is. I think this is it. Isn't it? Right, can you see me chicken?
I think it's coming up.
There you go.
Feel free to laugh.
It looks like a Doctor Who monster from the 1970s.
Right, so no, hold on, don't be influencing them. So that
I can see why you married and there, Cheryl.
Oh,
So,
jeez, I don't know.
is it Team Cheryl
Oh, poor
or is it
chickie.
Team Noel?
I'm just pure.
Now,
visual.
see, on that does look like it's actually cooked, doesn't it, lads? You see, it didn't look like that in the photograph that she actually sent me, but it does now that you look at it there.
It's a massacre.
Yeah.
There.
Looks a bit red.
Oh, by the way, I ate all of that.
Oh, I'm so hungry now.
Yeah, I ate that chicken.
Have you ever seen that movie called It's Alive? That's kind of what sprang to mind when I saw that picture.
It probably is.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Must
but
have been in the turkey as well.
before we go, I've noticed that nobody has actually answered my bloody question except for
Team
Daniel.
Cheryl.
Well, Daniel's team knows, so.
Daniel, I will revoke your international treasure status.
Oh, I won't.
Semi-international treasure.
Don't mind her, Daniel.
Sorry, Cheryl, but if someone made me chicken, like they're my best mate forever.
Yeah.
Team Noel.
No, the thing was just what it looked like. I said it looked awful.
Oh, okay.
It looks terrible.
No, she said it didn't look cooked.
It looks kind of satanic.
Okay, it does
Right,
look
she
cooking
said it
photo.
didn't look cooked.
In
So,
a photo.
but hang on. In fairness, did that chicken look cooked to you guys? Yes or no?
It could have been browner.
Yeah,
It could have been a
could
wee
be
bit
could be browner.
I know what you're at, lad. Shut up. I know what you're at.
Could be browner.
Gareth, you won't give a straight answer because you're listening. Oh my God, you bunch of pussies. Tell the truth. What is that? You're not supposed to be good.
Alpha Omega said it best in the chat. It looks like something from Peter Gabriel's Sledgehammer.
Yeah, it's made of plasticine, right?
Oh, disaster area. I was thinking that too. He says it looks like a macra. I was kind of thinking that too.
Oh,
Because it
thank
looks
you.
like an.
It looks like a macra. I'll take that. Thanks very much.
There you go. That's a good compliment.
I'll take that. I'll take that. And with that, I'm going to leave you with the macra chicken. And
Hey, Noel, that needs to be the title. You need to rename the title of this stream to what you just said. Just rename it the Macra Chicken. Everybody will be tuning in to wonder what that's about.
yeah, and then they'll get right to the end of the stream and I'll be like, that'll be Yeah.
Very self-referential at the end.
Do the macro terror because I have it on animation. Actually, that's what I might do. No, because not everybody.
Hashtag macro chicken.
Hashtag macro chicken. Yeah, everybody should do that on Twitter. People want to know what's going on there. Right, folks, I'm going to say goodnight, Alpha, Omega, and Kip. Thank you for the super chat. So I'll never forget those guys that help out with super chats and everybody that contributed in the live chat as well. Thank you. And Daniel, well done. Fantastic job moderating the chat and putting the channels up there. Really appreciate it. That's what you are and always will be an international treasure. Don't mind, you could be Team Noel all you want. Well, he was always going to be Team Noel. He's always Team Noel.
Doesn't matter.
Team Noel. Yeah, I know you do. But listen, that's it. I like Gary. I will share it and say that this is probably one of the funniest streams that we've done. We've done some funny streams, but they seem to be getting better. These classic ones are getting better and better and better, even the new Who ones. So I'm kind of, I know we have to take a break, but I wish we weren't, but I understand why we have to. So, but that 2-week break will do us good because it means when it comes back, we'll be all itching to watch again. And we've got season 3 when we come back. That I know Rabbi has a special trailer that he's going to prepare for that. It'll be like, a big, the way they do a big, like they always do at the end of the series, they show you what's coming in the next season, what they used to do with RTD. Well, yeah, he's going to do a sort of trailer like that for it to kind of give you a flavor of what we're going to be watching to remind you all.
Any stream which could talk so much about Monty Python, end with the macro chicken, and start out with Rabbi's rather disturbing revelations at the start of this thing, which nearly derailed this entire stream at the start, is a good one.
That's right.
Say something more ridiculous than his defecating on a tortoise.
Rabbi is.
See, that's why we can't do the classic watch-alongs for the 2 weeks because you can't do it without him.
Yeah, Rabbi basically for 2 weeks now is going to be on potatoes and water.
Oh, that's right.
And he was telling us, even though it's the most unhealthiest thing to do, he does it. But I can imagine what these pills are going to
Well, no, it was that other thing that he started talking about.
I'm good not knowing. It's fine.
What's the other thing he was talking about?
What is it? The strip club.
Oh, yeah.
Rabbi's adventures in the strip club.
Yeah, that kind of went a bit off. Yeah, we do.
I never got to go. That's what it was complaining about.
Right, we're off. I'm definitely going now, right? Because I keep saying goodbye, but I actually never go. So I'm going now. Thank you for joining us all.
Thank you, Noel.
No bother, Noel.
Thank you.
Thanks, Super John and Problem Being. It's always so great to be on with you guys.
It's great to have someone with such a wonderful passion for the show, and that means a lot.
We'll all get the passion for the show.
And hopefully we'll be doing these one day when it's with the new era of Doctor Who that we're watching, and we're actually having this much fun, because I would love to be able to get to a point where we're watching Doctor Who nowadays where we're having this much fun. I think that's what we've ever wanted as fans, and I just wanted to go back to that. And Tim, you've got a job. Please do it, because if you don't, you're going to lose one of the greatest shows you've ever had, the greatest IPs. It's very disrespectful what they've done. This is your chance now to redeem the BBC and to redeem Doctor Who. Please do it. Please do it. That's all I'd ask you.
Damn right.
Make the changes that need to be made. And with that, good night.
Right. And good night to Cheryl, too.
Oh, yeah.
Good night, all.
Good night, Cheryl and Teddy.
Cheryl saying good night to you all, and Ted said good night to you all.
Good night, Ted, too.
Barking, that's his way of saying good night. I leave this with Lee's beautiful work. If you're looking for someone to do some work, rebrand your channel, check out Lee's work. Here it is here. Good night. See you all tomorrow.